research proposal, of which there are two parts. One was a quantitative research, the other was qualitative research. The qualitative research, which is referred to as a holistic study, because the term has appeared in the NASA ISRO document, we decided to carry out 6 anthropological research in 6 states of India, which were site states: Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Orissa, Bihar, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh. So I had to go and look for 6 anthropologists who were local speakers of the language and also who could live in the village for 15 months to 18 months. The only person who survived during that period was Arvind, and one more person. Otherwise, we could not get 18 people. And J.B. Ambekar was the one who survived in Karnataka. Rest carried out the study for a briefer period. Roy worked in Rajasthan. He and his wife, Kumkum, there's a book called Women Communication and Development by Vinod Agrawal and Kumkum Roy. That was the one study we had done. Arvind's study came out and became his PhD thesis and later on a book, which is still, credit goes to him for doing that, because I got a very nice letter from London, UK, where they said I should conduct a study like Arvind Sinha. I was very pleasantly happy to read that line. He showed me the letter. The point was that qualitative research in India was unknown in the field of communication. And as a matter of fact, if I am not wrong to say so, until then, majority of the research was audience research units which were built in All India Radio to count the heads, how many people watch a particular program. So I would say that media research, communication research is the outcome of satellite instructional experiment, because massive amount of money was spent on it. Two persons' name I must mention. One was Professor Yashpal and another was Professor E.V. Chitnis. They did not question us and said, go ahead and conduct the study. So the studies were conducted in 2 parts. Part 1 was quantitative research, impact studies of site, which was done on a experimental field design that was conducted in all the 6 states. If I remember correctly, 7,772 respondents were taken in the first phase study. The same were followed during and after. Other study was anthropological research, which was carried in 6 states. In each state, there was an anthropologist applied who worked there. The only survivor today is in front of you is Dr. Arvind K. Sinha. The others, I don't know where they are, but J.B. Ambekar is the one who still, after retirement, live in
J.B. Ambekar is attending the conference. J.B. Ambekar is attending this conference.
Oh, thank you. That's good. At least 2 of us survivors are still there. What was the quality of research and why we had conducted that study? I should explain that to you. In anthropological tradition, intensive field work is the basis of research that is carried out by most anthropologists across the world. Therefore, inside, we had selected a village in each of the 6 site states where we are supposed to have an individual anthropologist staying there for about 18 months, 3 months before site and 3 months after site. But unfortunately, all of them did not survive that long, but few only survived. But the study was carried out in intensive field-based research by sending a person from Ahmedabad to site villages where they stayed. Late MVT Raju was the one who stayed in Andhra Pradesh. J.B. Ambekar stayed in Karnataka. Mr. and Mrs. Kumkum Roy stayed in Rajasthan. Arvind Sinha stayed in Bihar. Along with Bihar study of what Arvind was carrying out at that time, two other anthropologists under Dr. Sachitanand were appointed, and they worked in two places, one in Rajasthan and one in Bihar. M.N. Jha was the one who later on joined All India Radio and Doordarshan research unit he carried out. But others, I do not know where they are. P.K. Mishra joined Orissa. Others I don't recall at that moment. But these studies were carried out in a classical anthropological study techniques. That means you go live in the village, immerse with the life of the village, make a day-to-day observations, and repeat your interviews with the people. These villages are still there. They have changed quite a bit since then, but I have not been able to go anywhere except Dr. Sinha. Arvind Sinha had gone to his village and restudied the same village for his PhD work later on and got his book published on the same topic. What is the characteristics of these studies? Why they are called anthropological research, qualitative research? It should take few minutes of yours to tell you that. It involves three things. One, that you must stay in the village as a resident for an extended period. Two, you must know the language of the village or the area so you can communicate your work, because the interpreters are not required to conduct that. Third thing was that you make day-to-day observation, put in your diary, and use that diary for further analysis when you leave the field. Still, I don't think I get chance to see those diaries, but recently, until a few years ago, I was able to go through the diary and find out some information in there. That's the part of the study that was done. But the important part is that this kind of studies, research in communication, provided a very different perspective in understanding. Let me explain how I should describe this. Our site social evaluation studies carried out through quantitative research of survey indicated no gain whatsoever. As a matter of fact, in some places, there is a negative gain indicated in the quantitative surveys. However, on the contrary to this finding, the anthropological studies indicated micro changes in the village. And that was something very significant to remember, that you cannot apply communication and social science research without understanding the cultural realities. Why that was happening? Let me take a minute to explain to you that it was very easy to ask a question. Did you follow the agriculture recommendation made on television? The answer was no. But when we actually started studying the micro level in the village, we found that people were quietly using some of the recommendations without telling anybody. And if it was successful, then they came to tell. That kind of data could come out with anthropological research that's conducted in the villages. The second point, which was equally important, that in the context of India, people were not ready to give you answer to a question, yes or no, true or false. But if you ask them further questions, a repeated question, they might be able to divulge their opinion in a better way. And therefore, every survey that I conducted during site had a printed questionnaire or schedule in which we asked the question. And they were typically in the form of true and false, yes or no. And they were not able to answer that question. But with anthropologists sat in the village, stayed there for extended period of about 15 months, they were able to see how people have adopted new innovations, their agriculture, family planning, health, any one of them. So this is the kind of thing that one has to understand. Research is conducted in a context, and that context is cultural context in which people respond in cultural terms, and that must be understood very clearly. Otherwise, imported research methodologies won't answer your question. And that was the problem with we realized that realized and accepted the fact that when a printed questionnaire was given to our respondent to answer, which was typically close-ended questions, they were able to answer yes or no, I don't know. But when it was asked an extended period in the village, then the real answer came. Another point which should be taken into consideration is that multilingual India has a great difficulty in terms of getting any answer from a non-speaker of the language. For example, I'm being hilarious today after so many years. J.B. Ambedkar, though he was a speaker of Kannada, did not speak right in Kannada. So he had a great difficulty conducting the study at that time, which he was able to overcome and write. So, but even among the Hindi-speaking anthropologists, it was difficult for a Bihar anthropologist to work in Rajasthan to work in Madhya Pradesh. These are some of the field problems that one has to face, one has to appreciate, and one has to understand that intensive anthropological research work requires much more in-depth understanding of the area in which you are working, rather than just collect information. You will get the information, it may not be accurate at that time. The last part that I want to indicate in my discussion today is that qualitative anthropological researches are required in the context of India much more than anywhere else because of the cultural diversity, linguistic diversity within the country. We have a proverb which says every second mile there's a change of water, and so is the tongue. It goes on to say that language also changes and the water changes, which is true to a large extent because India is an ancient civilization where multiple people came from various parts of the world, lived here, developed their language, and accepted religion in their own way. I was very surprised to note that while I was doing field work in Bihar, I met a group of people who call themselves Madhya Asia Kanu, Central Asia Kanu. I have not been able to figure out why they call themselves Central Asia business community, but they are there. And similarly, you can find names of the people who will tell you they come from such and such area, but they wouldn't know anything about it. What I'm trying to say in a plain and simple language is that this country, especially Indian civilization, is full of people who have come to India from various parts of the Asia and lived here. They have forgotten what their mother tongue was, but they continue to use some of the rituals, some of their practices which they had brought with them in terms of food habits, in terms of marriage patterns, in terms of religious practices, and so forth and so on. I would say, for example, that the marriage patterns followed in the country vary a great deal from north to south. One can marry his mother's daughter in Andhra Pradesh and in, uh, in Tamil Nadu, but that cannot happen in North India. And so these things have also influenced our cultural history and practices even today. I would say that during sight, these questions were raised, answered to some extent, requiring much more intensive research work to be carried out. Because no study was conducted except one study, which was in late Dr. M.V.T. Raju's village in Andhra Pradesh. 10 years later, Dr. Rao went there to conduct the study, though late Dr. Raju has passed away. And we had put it together very recently, a book on television revolution in India. There are 4 authors to it. Vinod Agarwal, M.V.T. Raju, Roy, and the person who worked with me here named Komal Shah. That was the only book that came out. Otherwise, no other follow-up studies carried out. To some extent, that follow-up study was done in case of Bihar by Arvind Sinha when he wrote his PhD thesis, and that became a published work. Thank you so much for hearing me talk about qualitative research in satellite and structural television experiment, and after that, the research that had followed across the country in sight and other communications.
Thank you, Agarwal sir, for recounting your experiences that led to you being a part of this. I'd like to now call upon Professor Kavita Nagasagopege to introduce our second speaker, Arvind Sinha.
Good afternoon. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Arvind Sinha. Am I audible properly? Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Arvind Sinha is currently advisor at MICA, Ahmedabad, where he headed the institute twice. He worked for 22 years with Space Application Center, ISRO, 2 years as communication advisor with Royal Danish Embassy, New Delhi, and 2 years as Director General of Shanti Business School. He was part of the site KEDA and Jabua communication projects, interactive and teleteaching experiments, and studied disaster communication, health communication, and taught social and behavior change communication. Dr. Sinha has authored 2 books, co-edited 2 books, and published papers and chapters in various books and journals of international and national acclaim. He has traveled to various countries for guest lecturing and for fellowship and academic collaborations. Welcome you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just a minute, give me 1 minute.
Me. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. Good evening. And thank you. Thank you, Manipal Institute of Communication. Thank you, Padma, Dr. Padma Rani, and Dr. Sanjay, VP Sanjay. I mean, I am not used to call him by professor or doctor. And thank you for bringing all the extended site family to meet each other, listen to each other, and also share their experience to the larger audience. And trust me, otherwise, we work in communication, we don't communicate. I am meeting virtually, probably, when he speaks. Noshir contractor after 1986, when we last met during the IMCR. I will be meeting Chitra. What is she now? Chitra Vaidishwaran. That time she was only Chitra. And still for me it's a Chitra. Chitra after almost 30 years, 35 years. Of course, Dr. Mohan Datta and Dr. Arvind Singhal, we used to meet because we are in the same field. So last 5 years I haven't met, but otherwise, okay. So thank you very much for bringing all of us together. And let's talk about, you heard about site, you heard about what are the different studies that were carried out as a part of evaluation of site. We will talk a little different how some of us have really carried forward the learning of site till date. And that's probably my interest area. We will discuss with you. So, I mean, you know by now that Sarabhai, when he planned that the largest techno-social experiment of the world so far, nowhere in the world such large-scale experiments were conducted using satellite communication. That time it was sophisticated technology of the time for the underprivileged community. And what Sarabhai said very clearly, that sophisticated technologies should be used for bringing communication or information to the people who are otherwise deprived of. That was his concern. So this site project had 3 defined objectives. One was examining technical feasibility of direct broadcast. And when we say direct broadcast means you are bypassing all other channels. The message is coming from Delhi to the villages. It's last mile or last man, what Gandhi said. So that was cutting across the hierarchy, the bureaucracy, the Sarkari channel, and the gatekeepers of information. So they are directly receiving it. Great success, great success. And I think about the time when television was not even heard by many people. Not many people. Mr. Khalid told you one example of how the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka came to Arthur Clarke's home to see how television broadcasting works. I will give you another example. 1979, with a STEP program, ISRO team, and I was fortunate to be with the team. We went to Gangtok. I'm talking of 1979, early 1979. Exactly 24th, I landed there, January, very cold. And I was always accompanying the then Director General of Doordarshan, Mr. P.V. Krishnamurthy. PVK was very popular. And we had the earlier meeting, so everywhere he will go, he will take me. We were seeing the arrangement of where the terminal is parked and how the programs will be transmitted from Delhi. And Delhi transmission will be received by Gangtok. The Gangtok transmission will be live recorded and you just fed to Delhi, simultaneous. We received a call from the major who was in charge for logistic arrangement. He said that governor wants to come with his family and watch the television program. That was the novelty. And you know, if it is a chief minister, probably that's not so much protocol, but when governor comes, there is a protocol involved. So this major was very much disturbed and he had to run around to see which vehicle will come from which route and all these protocols. So that was a great success. And today what you have is technology used left, right, and center. Everywhere, every type of technology to take the information right up to your palm device, laptop, whatever, and we are using the technology to reach to different parts of the country and from the different parts of the country we are interacting for this seminar also. The second objective of SITE was to evaluate the managerial capacity of handling a nationwide project of that magnitude, where you have heard 2,400 villages, 6 states, multiple language, multiple production centers, and a generating program for these, say, medium, and that program should have a nationwide importance. So that's by the organization who was not a regular broadcasting organization. If you know the history, SITE was conducted not by the Information Broadcasting Department of Government of India. At that time, it was all India Radio. It was conducted by Indian Space Research Organization, the Space Application Center, Ahmedabad, with support from Ministry of INB. So that has to be really evaluated, how it works. And the mission mode had to be tested out. We really worked in mission mode. Anybody who read that, not very much described in even the, other than ethnographic research. So we all worked in mission mode. People's response to the government program, even during Navnirman agitation, was a successful program. Mr. Pramod Kale, I still remember, there was a Navnirman effect, Jayaprakash Narayan's agitation effect in Bihar, and he was made to fly from Ahmedabad to Muzaffarpur, our cluster office, if Mr. Kale is there, if he's listening. And he came to just evaluate if in this situation of Navnirman, where there is a people's agitation towards government program, we should carry out SITE project in Bihar or we should withdraw it. I was fortunate to accompany him. He had several meetings with state officials, with our side people. Took him to the villages. And thank you, Mr. Kale. You only said that no, even in this situation, programs can continue in Bihar, and Bihar evaluation report says that it has its own impact on the lives of Bihar. So that was the second part. The third part was that social impact of direct broadcast. You are receiving information right from Delhi to the villages. And I said, this is bypassing all Sarkari channels, bypassing all the hierarchy, social hierarchy. If you are in front of the television, I mean, hierarchy was there. I didn't say no. But if you are in the front of television, the signal will come to you. You are listening to the program. What happens after that? That's a separate story. And for that, you have to really go through the literature. The experiment had varied experiences. Dr. Agarwal mentioned that in some area, there was some good gain. That was the evaluative research came out with this, and there's people gained out of that. In agriculture, yes, there was a negative gain, but we didn't realize why after all these exposure, which were specifically for them, there can be a negative gain. But that's the limitation of research tool that you are using, the limitation of research method that you are using it. So that was the social impact. And since Sarabhai has made it very clear, or probably you can also agree to, that it will be used for the benefits of the people who are otherwise deprived of information, the statement Sarabhai made. Since then, or Planning Commission also, I don't deny, Planning Commission also emphasized that communications be used as a tool for developing the people. Television was a novelty, television was used. So since 1974, the revolution, before that, you had a radio program, you had television program, you had telephone program, all communication revolution has taken place after that. And today, the situation is totally different, but still, when we talk about society at the center of all the communication in the country. See, the emphasis has not changed. At least what we claim, what happens to them, our next generation should really find out. Because to me, if I say something, people will say, since you worked with SITE, then you have a different idea. That time SITE had, of course, different objectives, different agenda for the nation. That was 3 objectives of SITE. The spin-off of this SITE was, or SITE total experiment was, in the social research, which is very visible, and me and Sanjay, we talked about it a lot, and we say, what is that SITE has contributed in social sciences? If SITE has contributed anything in social science, SITE has contributed a tool, social research tool, where a large scale use of qualitative method. Dr. Agarwal mentioned about it, the holistic study. We say it's an ethnographic study, ethnographic method of studying education, technology, society interface. That happened during the project time, which was otherwise carried out. All the research evaluations were carried out by survey methods. Maybe, yes, only head counting, or maybe slightly better than that, but there had, I mean, we teach in our classes and say there's a limitation of one method or the other method. So that method was used, and I may mention that the word holistic was given by, just a minute, holistic was given by Marvin Harris in his papers of 1966 and 67. One was cultural ecology, 1966 paper, another was the classification of stratified groups, and that was based partly in India, 1967. So Marvin Harris has defined holistic, and he says that no system can be understood in part, or no can be studied in part unless it is connected with the whole. So we say so holistic studies. That was very fascinating term that time, but we carry on. What happened after that? Because I mean, Mr. Kale also said that, Dr. Agarwal also said, ethnographic study was confined only and mainly or only, yeah, in India to the anthropological research and describing the society, mainly tribal society. From there, we took to a large-scale multi-state project of science and technology interface, technology-society interface, and that was a great contribution of SIDE. Here it was used to evaluate the society's largest multi-state development communication research. So development communication also was new to that time, but this evaluation method of development communication, probably Professor J.S. Yadav will talk more about it. So all evaluation methods gave impression of one or the other impact of direct communication. Dr. Agarwal told you that there was something very positive, there is something very negative, something visible, something not so visible. But if you go into the details of the learning from sight, or say through holistic studies, or the observations through the holistic study, unfortunately only 3 of us, my friend Raju, who is no more, God bless him, Ambekar, J.B. Ambekar, who is still attending this webinar, and me, 3 of us attended, or J.B. Ambekar also had some problem at the end. We continued for 18 months, 3 months before site, 12 months during the site period, because it was 1-year experiment, and 3 months after the site to see how the continuation of, or study the continuity of change. So it really was supported. It really supported this. Okay, communication is a very good tool to change, but under the line, you will also see that it gives a different information about how it happened at that, how it worked at the village level. At least 1 or 2 reports, my report and my book says very clearly that you have communication as a tool to give all this information, but unless a congenial environment is created for change, the communication as well as communicators may lose the credibility. Communication does not work alone, no. Communication does not work alone. And that insight you will give only when you are staying with them, only when you are really working closely with them, and you observe them day in, day and night. And that's the biggest contribution of holistic study or ethnographic method, per se. And it was appreciated. I still remember Professor Yashpal called all of us. We were in the workshop. All 7 of us were there. Professor Spal called and introduced to a gentleman who we had just heard, Wilbur Sram. Wilbur Sram, very known communication scientist. He was in Ahmedabad, and Professor Yashpal introduced to all the anthropologists and said, they are back from their field and they are going to stay there for 18 months. Trust me. Wilbur Sram got up from his chair and he said, salutes, hats off to you. It requires really guts to do this type of work. So that was the training we got. That was our rigor of research. That was recognition that we got. Many of us, some of us at least, published books based on what we conducted as a holistic study. And we are still using holistic method or ethnographic method in our case studies, in our education. Immediately after that, Dr. Agarwal probably remember it. Immediately after research were over and site was over, Professor Dhawan, the then chairman of ISRO, was so impressed with his ethnographic method that he had a plan to work with the Yanadi tribes who were displaced from Sriharikota Island, which was which was their home, but it was taken over by ISRO for creating a launch pad. So Professor Dhawan wanted anthropologists to stay with them for a longer time, work with them, suggest the changes in their lives so that at least some compensation is there for them. My friend, N. Sudhakar Rao, who just retired as the head of the Department of Anthropology, Central University of Hyderabad, and Guru Reddy, they stayed there for years to work with them. So that was the recognition that I had two colleagues, one colleague, and the other was PhD student for whom I was the tech chair. They used ethnography for their work. One was working on the retail marketing. I'm talking of marketing and management people. So marketing, he used Pakka ethnographic study in Big Bazaar with slight change in approach. Mirinamay Majumdar, who did his PhD, equivalent to PhD, MBA from our institute, MICA, he used it for understanding the notion of, what do you say, unionship among the IT workers. You know that IT workers, they don't have a union. So how will you understand it? Mirinamay, maybe my impact or whatever, he took a job in IT industry, worked there for 4 months, came out with the data and wrote his thesis. So that's the continuity that's happening. The form has changed, of course, in the ethnographic. It's not a typical ethnography of at least 1 year. So it changed as per the objective and the time and resource availability. Not many organizations will be as rich as ISRO is even today. So, but the use of ethnography is still there. It's widely used from a typical ethnography to focused ethnography, where I said it's 4 months in IT industry, few weeks, almost regular observations in a big retail outlet, purchase, what they say, point of purchase, to even a couple of days. So from ethnography, it came to autoethnography. Again, understanding your own culture. We discussed during site time also whether we should do ethnography or will it impact or not. And Dr. Sarabhai, I'm thankful to you because you taught us all these. And there is a book, we all have contributed in chapter, edited by Dr. Agarwal, which says, Ethnographic Method of Communication Research. So that was the research method that is being used today, both, and with the changing situation. The another term which is a little disturbing to a traditional anthropologist like me is netnography. On net you do ethnography. So ethnography, autoethnography, netnography, and when it came to last year, I was thinking about it. I was in touch with our friends in anthropology because year before last we had a conference in Central University of Hyderabad with anthropology and communication people together. I thought, why not get this opportunity of COVID-19 or lockdown to understand how the ethnographic works in this situation? Because ethnography is not only restricted to open culture, it's a closed culture also. And ethnography is used for understanding a very advanced society. Ethnography was used in understanding the factory, the structure and function of the factory in ethnographic way. So I started doing, and my chapter is almost ready. What I say is a self-ethnography. In this lockdown situation, you cannot go anywhere. You cannot even interact with the neighbors. You can observe them walking, but no interaction. So it's a self-ethnography, ethnography of your family, what you observed day in, day out for weeks and months. And I have good reference of this type of not only in corona type of virus restrictions, but a lot of restrictions or change environment. People, they are doing ethnography of that type. So that's what we are carrying out, 3 of us at least. J.B. Ambekar, who retired from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He has done all these ethnographies in rural areas. And Magnanand Jha, the retired audience research director from All India Radio, he did ethnography and his book came out on agriculture communication. I carried out. Probably it's for me passion as well as bread and butter, because that's one thing which nobody challenged me, that okay. And I am continuing this ethnography to understand the health communication in the rural area, particularly because the challenge in communication, reaching to the people, not only in a health area, but in development communication, covering the last mile, reaching to the last person, cannot be understood unless you be with them, observe with them. And I want to share it's not a story, it's what happened to me. I was communication advisor to Denmark embassy, and I used to attend review meetings. It happens in your department also. Review meeting will be there. You will be given 1 hour time, half an hour presentation, half an hour filing or suggestions. And after 3 meetings, I said, nothing is coming out. They have taken it as a granted, and it's a repetitive. I went to my the ambassador, and I said, I'm an anthropologist. I want to go and stay in the, not village, but stay in the district to understand how things are happening. So she started asking me my background and I said, but would you be able to stay? A communication advisor is staying in Delhi, high profile job, will be staying in a small district? I said, yes, please allow me, and allow me to take my wife along. Otherwise, every evening she will call me back. So that's what I am continuing in health communication area. So this is what is going to give you the idea how people are responding to it. It's not that white. You ask and their response to your questions, sometimes guidance questions. Last week, we had some meeting with our anthropologist, the vice chancellor. One of them is now acting vice chancellor of Delhi University, very senior position, influential position. And we all agreed that anthropology gives a very handy tool to the management people. The governance can be easily handled if you have anthropological training, because your anthropological field work gives you idea of being there in time. It's not your time, it's the other people's time. So you have to manage according to their time. You have to listen to them. You have to use emic approach of analysis, not your ideas. And you have to have a holistic view. That helps a lot. So even today, it is used in management side also. And all of them, they realized, who have completed their term as a vice chancellor, that in changing people's mindset, you have to sit with them, understand them, then you talk to them. And there's a communication challenge that what we are doing. So without addressing all these and understanding their pertinent questions based on their deeply rooted belief and practices, their cultural values, nothing can happen. And that's one reason why our development programs are having a limited success. I don't say it's not success. So to get the insight into these value attached to their cultural practices, you have to have a different approach, and that's a holistic approach or ethnographic approach. There is no other method best suited than ethnographic method. And that's probably I want to tell to our next generation that the development goals of the nations are suffering from one syndrome, that is mindset. We have to change the mindset. take it on political front, take it on economic front, because everything is over-commercialized, education and health also. Take it on social front, take it on any front you want. But the change is required, change in mindset. And we all have to work to have a very strategic communication to change their viewpoints. I am a student of anthropology. Anthropology, two names I often remember, and anybody from anthropology background will remember the name, Ruth Benedict and Margaret Mead. Both taught us that culture shapes the personality and attitude also. Here, the problem of attitude is the task. So it's one of the personality trait, attitude, and it is shaped by the culture. So if you want to make any change or trying to make any change through communication, you have to know the strategic points or touch point where you want to make the entry, where you have to penetrate, and where you have to really go deep into it. To end, I can only say to my colleagues, the next generation and generation young, we know the communication is culture bound. And to understand the culture, we have to have a culturally sensitive research method. And with my experience of working in this field for more than 45 years now, I can say that holistic method or ethnographic method is the only method of your choice, which will give you insight of the people whom you want to address. That's all I wanted to share. Hope it's of some use to you. Thank you very much. I will be happy to answer some of your queries if it comes to. But it was really a pleasure. Thank you all. It's over.
Thank you, Sanasa. Many participating in this webinar are media students who've learned about SITE only in theory. And so your story was very interesting to hear. Adding to what you mentioned, as this next generation, we do hope to change the mindsets of the country.
That is the challenge, dear.
As many of you participating in this webinar know, the SITE experiment created many opportunities for Indian satellites and television. As we take a break before our next speaker, who will begin at 6:30 p.m., we will play a documentary on the evolution of Indian television that was released in 1997. The documentary also elaborates on the history of Doordarshan. Feel free to include your thoughts on the documentary in the chat. See you soon at 6:30.
Look around you anywhere in India today, and you see a new generation bubbling with life, happy with itself, sure of itself, but sometimes perhaps a little unaware of those traumatic days when India struggled for freedom from British rule.
We are happy. I can and will do what I please.
For my father, it's been 50 years of leaving behind what all he had. He says he started afresh.
All are not equal, but I think we are on the right track.
Our leaders should behave like leaders.
I think we are self-sufficient today.
Yes, of course, we are self-sufficient. but art today is the result of a lot of sacrifices in the days gone by. Looking ahead, we see a highly developed India, a leader in tomorrow's world. Today, the people are well informed and aware of their rights, as evidenced in any of our elections. India is a democracy to be proud of. A large part of the credit for this goes to the progress in information technology, radio and television, media that have kept pace with a rapidly changing and developing country.
I'm sure broadcasting has also developed, but I've got a dissident view in this respect. I believe that so far as television is concerned, it has not developed to its potential, especially its potential as a medium for the spread of mass culture and of education. In a society which is so illiterate and where schooling is both inadequate in physical terms as well as in quality, television could have been a powerful instrument for the spread of knowledge, not just literacy, including knowledge in the field of family planning and so on. But unfortunately, I think one of the negative features of broadcasting policy in Jawaharlal Nehru's period itself was that when television came, it was not given due importance because it was seen as a luxury for the rich or for the middle classes. So neither the production of television was taken up, nor was broadcasting of television taken up in a adequate and a massive fashion as it should have been. For example, the way China did. China has something like 10 times more televisions per head than we. When television went colored, they went in for color television immediately. In our country, color television even till this day is seen as a symbol of middle classes.
Be that as it may, one cannot deny the fact that Akashvani and Doordarshan are amongst the biggest media organizations in the world. And to trace the history of their growth, one has to go back in time to the dawn of our independence.
As you enter the broadcasting house in New Delhi, you come across a plaque. Mahatma Gandhi had said, and I quote, "I do not want my house to be walled in on all sides and my windows to be stuffed. I want the culture of all lands to be blown about my house as freely as possible. But I refuse to be blown off my feet by any of them. Mine is not a religion of the prison house. It has room for the least among God's creations. But it is proof against insolent pride of race, religion, or color."
The history of modern India is inextricably linked to the history of broadcasting. On the midnight of 14th August 1947, India was awakened to what Jawaharlal Nehru described as a new dawn of freedom. The moment so desperately awaited by 1/5 of mankind had finally arrived, even if the triumph had been truncated by the tragedy of partition. Nehru's famous speech was carried through the airwaves to every corner of this huge subcontinent and the world, and has gone down in the annals as one of the finest speeches ever to be delivered on such a historic occasion.
In the early days, radio was a fascinating medium. It brought entertainment and pleasure to its listeners. But not only that, it was also a source of instant information. Information radio did give. Listening to the radio news became a habit. More importantly, it became a friend in need, broadcasting messages to those in distress in those traumatic days of partition.
You see, the riots didn't start on August the 15th, but a little later the riots started. And then people were being driven from their homes to refugee camps. It went on both sides. People were worried about members of the family who were lost, missing, perhaps killed. They did not know. So the refugee camps had been set up, and the big job that AIR did was both morning and evening there would be a bulletin. It could go on for something like 20 minutes or more, and it depended on the information received, namely people asking questions about members of the family, the age, the sex, and so on, and description, and asking for information as to whether there was any information about their whereabouts and what had happened to them. And it was through All India Radio that this information was given out and exchanged.
A few months after India won its hard-earned freedom, its first soldier and father of the nation, Mahatma Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, was shot dead by a crazed assassin. India was orphaned. And again, as Nehru put it, the light had gone out of our lives and there was darkness all around.
I was in the YMCA hall at a play that one of my sisters was producing, and just before the play was going on to start, came the 6 o'clock news bulletin which announced that Gandhiji had been shot at while addressing his prayer meeting. He had passed away, and it added, the assassin was a Hindu. I must say that we were all tremendously relieved to get that information that the assassin, Godse, was a Hindu. Because there's so much suspicion in these circumstances whenever these riots go on in the minds of people. And so everyone turns to the opposite community and thinks that someone from the opposite community has committed this dastardly act. And so there are reprisals, all based on suspicion. Many times these stories are false. Unfortunately, unless All India Radio gives, or the press for that matter, announces that the assassin or whoever fired the first shot came from this or that community, there will be suspicion. Both sides will think it's the other, and so looting and murder will commence.
Friends and comrades, the light has gone out of our lives and there is darkness everywhere. And I do not quite know what to tell you and how to say it. Our beloved leader, Bapu as we called him, the father of the nation, is no more. Perhaps I am wrong to say that. Nevertheless, we will not see him again as we have seen him for these many years. We will not run to him for advice and seek solace from him. And that is a terrible blow, not to me only, but to millions and millions in this country.
The broadcasters of the time framed the guiding principles of this new medium of mass communication. They were to inform, to educate, and to entertain. Today, there is a vast choice of TV channels. In fact, there is a channel to suit virtually anybody's taste. The reach of the national broadcasters alone is immense and is said to be one of the biggest in the world.
Well, it's still there. All these three components are very much there. Only the accents have changed. Entertainment takes the first part. Information, but information, political information, information about personalities has increased a great deal, and education has taken a back seat.
It was the declared credo of radio in the early days and passed on to television. After all, that was the meaning of public service broadcasting. So far as words go, it is the same today. But the difference I see is this, that today it is entertainment. I'm not against entertainment. I think our education would be much better education if it was entertaining. And equally, our entertainment could be such as to make us think. But today, it is mindless entertainment.
I'm an entertainer myself, and I claim that I'm an entertainer. And I'm keen on entertainment on the media. But at the same time, it has to reflect the culture of the people. It has to encourage the cultures that are already there. Imported content should be to the barest minimum. Whereas now I find that the imported content has increased considerably, and even the local content is highly influenced by the imported content. We have our sitcoms which look like any sitcoms anywhere in the world, which has very little relevance to the Indian situation, the Indian milieu, the Indian culture. This is what bothers me.
In its early years, Akashvani was witness to some dramatic happenings. It saw history in the making and relayed it to an ever-increasing audience.
On January 26, 1950, India gave itself a constitution and promulgated a republic.
The 26th of January 1950 is a day of high significance for India and the Indian people.
It was not enough to get the act together. It was important also to convey the message to each and every citizen. In a largely illiterate country, it was the radio and other forms of broadcasting which served the purpose of communication. In the early 50s itself, India also reached out to the rest of the Asian fraternity, all the newly independent countries of this huge continent. Towards this end, it was Jawaharlal Nehru's idea to sponsor the Asian Games, and the first Asian Games was held in Delhi in 1951. It was that very year that India also launched its first 5-year plan and put the country on a new path of sustained self-development.
There is a saying in Indian broadcasting that given a challenge, it can rise to the occasion and make the impossible possible. It did create history as far back as the mid-1950s.
Rarely has a visit to this country by a foreign dignitary aroused so much spontaneous enthusiasm as the one by the Soviet President Bulganin and Communist Party General Secretary Nikita Khrushchev in 1956. When they came to India, Indian broadcasting also scored a first of sorts when it described live their arrival and their passage through the multitudes in Delhi, Calcutta, and other major Indian cities.
In 1954-55, I was the first Indian director of Radio Kashmir, which we had taken over from the state government. Most of the PEXs were locally recruited persons. Then came the visit of Bulganin and Khrushchev, and they were visiting Kashmir, Srinagar. There was going to be a great procession. The great dignitaries were going to be taken to one of the lower bridges on the river, on the Jhelum, and from there they would go up and come up to the first bridge in a boat procession. So we had this Radio Kashmir staff. As I tell you, they were all locally recruited persons, never done a running commentary in their lives. But they were there at every point. And the finest part of that running commentary was the part when the commentators, riding in a shikara behind, were following this elegant boat as it came up the river. It was like an exciting fight to the finish.
Just a few years after this live broadcast, a new dimension was added to Indian broadcasting when television made its appearance in Delhi in 1959. The beginning was modest. It was confined only to Delhi and a few surrounding areas. It would be almost a decade before other parts of the country were awakened to the sights and sounds of this multifaceted country.
Television, then an arm of Akashvani, was a new medium, and the audience just loved it. As a result, though, the listenership of radio began to decrease dramatically.
In developing countries and developing countries in other areas, either television has reached to a point of saturation. And that's why we do not find much change in the viewership. But in all those countries, when the television was introduced, the phenomenon was the same as we are facing here. So there is nothing new in this country. And if you talk about the viewership point of view, it is true that in urban areas, TV has created its impact and the listenership of radio has gone down. But in rural areas, radio still rules.
When radio came in years ago, readership of newspapers fell for a short while and they got panicky. Then what did the newspapers do? They changed the entire format of their presentation so that people are attracted to the newspaper and exploit on the fact that the newspaper is a habit. I, for one, can't have my cup of coffee in the morning without the Hindu in my hands. So it is a question of creating a habit. Similarly, television, when it came into India, was a new toy. That's true. But radio people should have taken the cue to see what is it that they can do to keep their job going. That is to improve their techniques, to look afresh on their program planning techniques, production techniques. What are the things in which radio has an upper hand over television? Investigate and find out. Drama, for example. Even today, radio drama is very successful.
The needs of the audience change with time. What is popular today may be old hat tomorrow. Unless programs are carefully made for specific audiences?
Unfortunately not. The reason for that is this, that the broadcasters, I'm only now talking of radio because in the beginning, immediately after independence, there was no such thing as television. And what had happened was that people, the broadcasters themselves, did not know the value of feed forward to try and find out what the requirement is. That is true that we did have what is called the Audience Research Department. But the Audience Research Department went in after the program was broadcast. They did not bother about trying to find out what is the kind of a program the people require.
When you have increased transmission hours and you have large number of channels, how the dickens do you go and fill up the gaps? Where is the production capacity? Where is the software? Where are the professionals who are being trained? Where are the training institutions? This is the million-dollar question, you know.
Any creative person, if you have to give him an opportunity, then only he can create. Now, what is the work culture in Doordarshan or AIR? There is no work culture at all. Whatever little was left, it was completely finished during last 1 decade. See, you have to provide resources, proper atmosphere, working conditions, then the creative artist will come. You can't fix him in a particular gadget kind of thing and say, now in this framework you have to work and function it. You can't do it. Creativity cannot work there.
Time and again, our broadcasters rose to the occasion. And as history unfolded, they presented specific programs for specific audiences.
It's an excellent example, as you know, in Calcutta, when we started Yuvani, we gave it to the boys to run their own show. And they felt a sense of belonging. And today, in all my humility, let me say, it has produced some of the best talent in the country, that little Yuvani program in Calcutta. And similarly, others, even in Delhi, I know, a lot of Yuvani products are now stars.
India's progress since independence was almost too good to be true. The first setback came in 1962 when we faced an invasion from the north. The China War shook India out of its complacency and helped us prepare better for the future. The radio played a vital role in keeping this country informed about what was happening to the war and building the morale necessary to fight the invasion. Particularly, people in the Northeast were greatly benefited by the contact which radio maintained with them and boosted their morale. Indira Gandhi's first spell in politics amounted to baptism by fire. It began with the devaluation of the rupee and was quickly followed by the Congress losing power in most states of North India and barely scraping through in Parliament. One after the other, the crises followed. There was a major drought in Bihar necessitating food imports. And by the end of the decade, storm clouds were gathering over what was East Pakistan. And in 1970, there was a crackdown by the Pakistan army on the eastern province. Thus began the countdown to the Bangladesh War in 1971. And India helped the Mukti Bahini liberate East Pakistan and make it Bangladesh. Once again, radio played a very important role in creating the infrastructure and the morale in Bangladesh itself to provide resistance to the Pakistanis. And Indira Gandhi was hailed as a liberator of no mean standing.
We have experimented a lot. We have created history. At the time, a lot of people thought that the first satellite television project, SITE, was too ambitious to believe, was in fact too good to be true.
You mean the satellite instructional television experiment? Yeah, you're right. It is now out of sight and out of mind. The great lessons that India learned by using the ATS-6, a satellite, has been lost. Tremendous amount of studies, lot of literature is available on site, and by and large, the studies have proved that India needs such a satellite program, and India's problems of reach will be best achieved by utilizing the site mode. But unfortunately, we seem to have learned nothing. We seem to remember nothing. It is 1,000 pities that the experiment, which was acclaimed as the greatest experiment in communication technology, communication per se, has now been almost forgotten, except by those students who get their PhDs by writing about SITE even now.
SITE, first of all, reminds me of what people call DTH. You know, it's very much in the news. Now, SITE was what? SITE was more or less a kind of DTH. A satellite was transmitting 4 hours a day in 2,400 villages of the most backward states of the country, most inaccessible, remote areas of this country, through a dish antenna directly received from the satellite. And this was the experiment which proved that the satellite technology is the technology required for spreading the message of education or spreading information or messages of health or hygiene or agriculture information. And the great thing about that was a little thing which not many people know is what we conducted before starting this experiment. That was what we called an image perception test. Now we people are town-bred people. We have lived with television, we have lived with film. We know the grammar of television. We know what a cut is, we know what a flashback is, we know what a mix is. Now, but we were going to cater to those millions who had not seen what is beyond the river, who had never seen a railway engine. So we wanted to know whether these images which they are going to see, are they going to perceive them as real? So we did small little things and went to the villages to test. For example, a close-up. Now, television is a close-up format. So a close-up of an insect. And suddenly in one village, a villager shouted, yes, we have got these insects in our village, but they are not that big. He was relating that insect to the size he was watching. Now, a small little thing, for example, a shepherd has lost his cow or his animal, whatever, and we showed that he has gone to the river, he's gone to the hill, he's gone to the town, he's gone somewhere, 5-6 cuts and returned back saying that I've spent a month, I have not found. People didn't believe it. He said, in 1 minute, how can he go to so many places?
I was rushed off to Cape Canaveral in Florida to see the launching of the ATS-6 satellite, which was supposed to be made available to us, to the government of India, exactly after 1 year, after they tried their experiment in the Rocky Mountains. I arrived there at Cape Canaveral, and naturally I was frightened to death because I was supposed to do 1,320 hours of programs in 4 languages, in 6 states, with 3, what would I call, they were not studios, they were just rooms with some equipment. And it was a daunting challenge. So, and I had precisely about 50 hours of programs in the can, and with just 1 year in front of me. So I was wickedly hoping that the satellite will not go up or just burn away in the skies. But unfortunately, the darn thing went up beautifully and went into space. The Voice of America correspondent was there on the beach, nudged up to me and said, Krishna, what is your first impression as the satellite goes up? I said, my dear man, as the satellite goes up, my heart goes down.
India's radio and television, being government-run, had to abide by the rules and regulations that governed any other government department. And that was its most serious limitation. Inevitably, perhaps, there came a time when this creative medium became the mouthpiece of the government.
In 1975, following the Allahabad High Court judgment, Indira Gandhi promulgated a state of emergency and imposed censorship. Those were terrible years for both the print and audiovisual media. Television had just about begun to take some strides, but it was stifled almost at the outset. Luckily, this phase didn't last long, and in 1977, when the emergency was relaxed, the opposition combined, united under the Janata Party, romped home to a fantastic victory in 1977, and the airwaves were liberated once again.
Television is a teamwork. Sitting at the top, you can only resist some kinds of pressures.
There were pressures.
There have always been pressures. There will always be. There will be all kinds of pressures even when Prasar Bharati comes. There are rays of hope that we may get ourselves freed from the so-called government control. But there will always be guidelines, there will always be certain rules, regulations which one has to follow. But there are pressures of various kinds, not necessarily as basically as a government, but people in authority. Anybody and everybody who matters in this country thinks it to be his right to advise. For reasons of politeness, I'm saying advice and not interference. It can happen, and it has been happening. Now, it depends. Now, the papers or the country or the media knows about some of the pressures where we succumbed. They gave a lot of bad name to Doordarshan radio, but they don't know that 90% or 95% is very, very stoutly refused. And these 50 years, to me, I spent about 35 out of them in broadcasting. I think have been both a matter of great pride and great regret.
Regret in what way?
Well, pride in this way that Doordarshan today is one of the largest organizations in the world. But a matter of regret. A matter of regret that in spite of being such a great organization, we have never been able to earn that credibility and authority where you can command the respect of the viewer.
Indira Gandhi triumphantly returned to power in 1980, and with that began a new phase of technological growth in this country. 1982 was perhaps a watershed. After a long gap of more than 30 years, the Asian Games was held in Delhi again. And the Asian Games marked a watershed for broadcasting in this country. Color television was introduced for the first time, and also Indian signals were picked up by as many as 33 countries as the Asian Games were transmitted live across this entire continent.
But Doordarshan as an organization for the first time worked together in Asian Games. People from all over the country were drawn together and to act like a team. And people who watched television at that time or saw the coverage of Asian Games know that we excelled. It was as good as anywhere in the world.
The hosting of the World Cup cricket competition was a feather in India's cap. But what was more remarkable was that Doordarshan covered the matches by themselves using entirely their own resources.
India's tryst with instability and tragedy continued through the early years of the 1990s. In 1991, Rajiv Gandhi was tragically assassinated as he reached the venue of an election meeting in Tamil Nadu. This was halfway through the election, and the whole nation was plunged into grief. The Congress came back to power under Mr. Narasimha Rao, and along with Finance Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, it initiated a new policy of economic reform and restructuring. This coincided with the satellite television boom.
The live coverage of the Gulf War proved to be a great business opportunity. Satellite television boomed, and the number of cable operators proliferated.
Sight was one of the first experiments of its kind in the world using satellite technology. And one feels really miserable that when we talk to the people, nobody says Sight. Sight was the first one to bring satellite technology to India. Everybody says, CNN, Gulf War. They revolutionized.
I listen to FM radio every morning. I don't, for an hour or so. I don't like that type of music. And I very much dislike the way in which Hindi, Hindustani is being spoken as if it is an American speaking it. I think FM is certainly ruining Indian culture.
You'll be surprised to know that way back in the 60s, when I came back from Australia for a study tour of Australian radio and television, I had suggested to the then powers that be that we should go in whole hog for FM expansion in this country for the simple reason that the AM band was already overcrowded and we were already sharing AM frequencies between north and south of the same country. And I had said that in this country where we are interested in communication being both participation and access, FM is the answer. That is, low power transmitters which will serve a limited area and which will serve the community, run by the community, for the community in radio. For example, the entire country, I said then, could be divided into what I called agriculturally compact districts. And these transmitters could be placed plump in the middle of that district and serve the needs of the people there, speak the language of the people, the dialect of the people, talk about their crop patterns. That didn't get even a look in. Nobody read my report. Now, when it has come, FM has become an urban phenomenon. It is successful in the urban areas, I know, but what is the outcome of that? Is that the role of FM in a vast country like ours, where there are numerous FM frequencies still available to us? We have still not gone into local broadcasting in the real sense of the word, where local broadcasting means access and participation for the people, for the community.
The advent of satellite channels has brought in better quality programs.
It's good. From being overprotected, we can now stand on our own.
From only talk shows and films, now we can see the most exciting sports, and that too live.
We can now compare ourselves with others.
The window has just opened. We can learn and use the best.
We can see the trends of the world today. It started creating new opportunities.
Why only music channels? We also see BBC, CNN, ESPN. I don't know. What will be, will be.
Some people, particularly in political circles, are a little apprehensive about satellite television and see it as some sort of invasion from the skies.
We have had many invasions. There is one more. See, this is a knee-jerk reaction. That because there will be this sky wave, so-called cultural invasion of this country will go to dogs. The culture of this country will collapse. This is a ridiculous fear, because this country has withstood so many cultural invasions, right from the Greeks, and even before the Greeks, the Aryans also are supposed to have invaded this country. And then they came the Arabs, then came the Persians, then came also the Scythians, all sorts of people have come here. And my belief is that every one of them has enriched this country. For example, take the word khyal in Hindustan. It's a Parsi word, it's a Persian word. We have gained a lot from Persian music in India. Hindustani music has benefited a lot by Persian and Arabic music. Look at our art, for example. The Gandharva art is greatly influenced by Greek art. Now, what are we talking about? For example, the English ruled over us for 150 years. Do you mean to say that we have not benefited by that rule? Maybe we were subjected politically, but we have gained a lot culturally. this country's culture is not so brittle that somebody setting a couple of programs on Skywave is going to ruin us. If that is so brittle, we don't need that culture.
Doordarshan satellite channels and other signals available in India give the viewer the scope to choose from over 80 channels at any given point of time. But this satellite boom did not happen overnight.
The advent of satellite television was known to Government of India, Ministry of Information Broadcasting, as early as in 1986. There was an Asia-Pacific Broadcasting Union's conference in Istanbul in 1986 November. In that forum, the idea was made clear what the satellite television is going to do, especially in the subcontinent, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and what are the services are going to be introduced. BBC came with its prototype programs to assess whether that kind of prototype program will be clicking with the Indian and Bangladesh, Pakistan viewers. Even after having this intelligence, the Ministry of INB has not taken any action about it. Doordarshan people were also there in the conference. I went on behalf of All India Radio. They have also not shown any seriousness, nor they have reflected this development in the reports. It was I only, in my report, I mentioned in 4 sentences this development is coming, and I was hoping that the ministry official, a very senior officer went there from ministry. Normally ministry officers are not supposed to participate in that, it is professional forum, but he was also there. Neither he bothered about it. So Doordarshan was not at all prepared for it. Not at all prepared.
Today, television technology is moving at a very rapid pace. It is possible to dial in a program, interact with a TV show, go teleshopping, plan your holidays, and a host of other things. The latest, DTH, or direct-to-home television, is just around the corner. But the Indian government seems to have some reservations about it.
Today, DTH is banned. What will happen when you can see any cinema in your mother tongue, in internet?
I feel that the ban will give an extra dose of publicity to DTH.
My answer to this is that I'm opposed to bans. I think that people ought to be sufficiently well educated so that they will reject the things that are bad.
I think whenever new technology comes, it has to spread. Especially in a democratic society, it is very difficult to check. Even if we are sure that new technology is going to have some negative features, it is very difficult to check it. Therefore, I think the answer to this problem is not bans. The answer is to find ways and means of utilizing the technology in a positive manner.
You see, again, this is another knee-jerk reaction. I'm not a scientist. I know precious little about technology. Let me plead guilty that I know nothing. But as a common man who reads the newspapers, I feel that you cannot stop technology from coming in. For example, I have reasons to believe, and I stand corrected, that in China, in spite of the fact that they've banned DTH, there are numerous dishes all over the country. Unless you have the machinery to put in force your regulation, it's a futile exercise. I would rather that you face it squarely and put legitimate demands on those people who want to use the satellite to reach us so that they don't misuse that facility. That's all I would say. For example, radio. We have radio from all over the world impinging on us. Newspapers from all over the world come to us. Are we disturbed? Are we so weak that we will be misguided by a couple of new items coming from anywhere? So I think technology has to be, we should utilize the technology to improve our own resources within the country. We are ourselves a very big subcontinent. We need that technology. And we have proved it inside that we can use it. So I leave it to the great scientists to find out how they can ban the entry of DTH. I don't know. But my own meager knowledge of science says that it is very difficult to implement such a decision.
Television today is very high-tech, as everyone knows. But what were the good old days like? Here's what Mr. P.V. Krishnamurthy, the first Director General of Doordarshan, has to say about his first day in broadcasting.
It was a total disaster. I had arrived from Delhi with the Grand Trunk Express from Madras, and I was supposed to join the Tamil unit of the External Services Division. It had a different name then. And I was given a news bulletin and said, you will read this at 4:15 in the afternoon. In the meantime, he asked me, have you had your meal? I said, no, I am coming straight from the railway station. He said, in that case, go and have a meal. I said, where do I have a meal? He said, just go down, get out of Broadcasting House, in Parliament Street, turn left, then there is a charai, go around the charai, go straight, first turn to the left, and there is a South Indian hotel, have your meal and come back so that you rehearse. 4:15 is your broadcast, be here at 3:45, Studio 9. And I left. I went out of Broadcasting House, turned left, turned right, went straight, landed myself in India Gate. I didn't know how to come back. When I reached at Broadcasting House, it was 4:15 at the gate. By the time I reached the studio, it was past 4:15. A gentleman was already reading the news which I was supposed to read. I quietly opened the Studio 9 gate, the door, and that man said, get out. And I got out. This was my first experience. And when I came back and reported to my boss, sir, I'm sorry, this happened. He said, you will never do well in broadcasting. And by God's grace, I was able to prove him wrong.
In the uncertain world of broadcasting, there is probably only one certainty: that change will take place at a much more rapid pace than ever before. The issue is, can we control it? Or should we even try to control it?
Breaking news coming in. Manipal Institute of Communication once again has been ranked among the top media and communication institutes in India. It's a part of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, an institution of eminence.
Cut. This is what happens when you ask students of media and communication to create a video. They just can't stop talking about themselves.
Everything we learn to do here is experiential. That's why we rate it at the top. You could ask the RJ if you'd like.
Yup. These guys have their own radio station as well.
Sorry guys, I'm a little held up right now. By the way, why do you need visuals for radio? Good morning, Manipal. Gear up for the Yakshagana performance tonight. A traditional art form like nothing you've seen before.
Art influences life, and documenting the stories behind these art forms is what I'm passionate about.
If you think that was a bit deep, meet this chap. No, this one. The researcher who takes you much deeper.
Art influences life, but even life influences art. And researching about the interaction between the two is what I get to do in media research.
Talking about art and life, we also have a bunch of folks who not only create their artworks, but also bring them to life.
Animation is all about your imagination, taking shape as your creation.
VFX is all about visualization, exploration, experimentation, and exaggeration.
Hey, stop creating confusion. Let's talk about print, the good old medium of communication that gave us our reputation.
Here at MIC, we have our own newspaper. Right from reporting, editing, printing, and distribution, we learn everything hands-on.
we not only have practicals and experiential learning, but we also have well-structured classroom teaching with well-experienced faculty in the field of print, broadcast, corporate communications, animation, film studies, etc.
Films are beyond entertainment, and appreciating it from social and cultural perspective is a different game altogether.
Yes, we do have doers as well as thinkers.
Creating a brand identity.
Developing communication strategies.
Advertising and digital marketing.
Corporate communications is what we are passionate about.
But all these passionate people, are they actually in demand in the industry?
Of course, yes. That's why we have been getting some of the best companies for recruitments at MIC every year. And we have been setting a very good placement record so far.
Now that you know most things about our institute, if you're still wondering who is speaking, it's me, and I love giving voiceovers.
Documenting real-life stories is what I'm completely into. Radio is what excites me.
Understanding world cinema is what I'm passionate about.
Marketing communication is what drives me.
Media research is something that I absolutely love.
Newsroom, that's where I want to be in.
Bringing characters to life is what I'm passionate about.
We are nearly 25 years old. Mr. M.V. Kamath, the veteran journalist, laid the foundation for this institute. He was instrumental in setting the foundation and setting the tone. We began with a strong emphasis on journalism. Both our BA and MA programs in media and communication have a strong journalism component in them. Our students bring out a newspaper called AIM Plus, which was initially circulated with the Kannada daily Udayavani. We are next to the press, and that is a big advantage and adds to our identity. Another big part of the institute is the research that my colleagues and I do. We have been consistently ranked among the top media and communication colleges in India. Our research cuts across various subdisciplines of media and communication studies, and there has been a lot of international collaborations as well. We are very proud of our infrastructure. We also have a community radio station, which has been active for 10 years now. This is a way through which MIC has communicated with the community at large. Together with our students, we have hosted and held Namangadi for 10 years now. Locally sourced products are sold. This is a non-profit venture, and it has helped Namabhoomi, an NGO that works with children.
The radio lab and TV studio at MIC were constructed in 1997, and they have been a big part of the student experience. Not only do students work on their television projects here, they also work on individual and group films. Students learn to write their own screenplays and TV scripts, and they've gone on to write, produce, and edit both feature and documentary films.
We have very active international collaborations with universities in Europe and in Australia. So the students get to go and study a semester in universities in France, Netherlands, Germany, Australia, Norway, and other countries. So what happens is sometimes we also get, because of the applications becoming successful, the students will get a funding either from DAAD or from Erasmus+. So their entire semester expenses are funded by it. So therefore MIC has a very active incoming and outgoing exchange program. We offer a dual degree program called MAFA, Master of Art in Film Art and Filmmaking. So the idea is that the student studies the first year at MIC and second year at our partner school in Paris, which is called ICAR, EICAR.
At Department of Animation, students work in multiple areas, creating both 2D and 3D animation, product design and other aspects.
life here. MIC looks great in the rains. Welcome to MIC.
Site has demonstrated capabilities of today's broadcasting.
Site was just a beginning of an experiment. The goal was insight.
Tremendous amount of studies, lot of literature is available on site, and by and large the studies have proved that India needs such a satellite program, and India's problems of reach will be best achieved by utilizing the site mode.
Site was one of the first experiments of its kind in the world using satellite technology, and one feels really miserable that when you talk to the people, nobody says site. Site was the first one to bring satellite technology to India. Everybody says, CNN, Gulf War, their revolution.
एक दिन हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, नन्हे बनेंगे गावस्कर एक। बहुविधि सब संता।
राम सिया राम जय जय राम, राम सिया राम जय जय राम।
युद्ध करना तुम्हारे वश में है, किंतु युद्ध का परिणाम तुम्हारे वश में नहीं है। इसलिए तुम केवल युद्ध करो पार्थ, और युद्ध का परिणाम मुझ पर छोड़ दो, और सूर्य की ओर न देखो, युद्ध करो।
सक्सेस क्या है? फेलियर के बाद का नया चैप्टर।
वाह, हमारा तारक मेहता
Arshad Mehta.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope you were able to learn more about the evolution of media and the television space in India. To introduce our next speaker, Chitra Vetishwaran, Dr. Padma Kumar K will now speak.
A very good evening. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Chitra Vaitishwaran this evening. Dr. Chitra Vaitishwaran is an international expert with a very long innings in the field of development, broadcasting, and communications research. She's been a long-term and also a short-term consultant for international agencies and multilaterals such as the Asian Development Bank, CIDA, the United Nations Development Programme, United Nations Office for Project Services, among others. Dr. Vaitishwaran has had a prolific career with Doordarshan India. In the 1980s, she was one of the pioneers in the field of audience research. She designed data-driven qualitative studies to provide evidence-based support to the then upcoming national and regional television centers. She also conducted development impact evaluation in collaboration with SITE and DECU. She currently resides in Connecticut, USA, where she focuses on relationships, mentoring, both as a columnist and through individual counseling, an extension of her passion for qualitative research and analysis. It's such a privilege to have you here with us this evening, ma'am. Over to you.
Hello? 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 Hi. Can you see me? I started the video, but they haven't. Oh, okay. Hi. Hey, hello, Noshir. Hey, Arvind. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Just wanted to send you warm greetings from this cold climate. I'm calling you from Pittsburgh. You must have heard it's freezing here from several parts of the country. And anyway, all the cozy Zoomers will be able to listen to my talk among all the other panel of speakers who have very high scholastic achievement. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Padmarani and also Professor B.P. Sanjay for reaching me out. And before I start, I would like to offer my humble pranams to Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, whom I never had an opportunity to meet, but his initiation, the project, this great project of SITE and his vision still continues to expand and extend till now because of this digital platform in which we all share the connection. So I owe it to him. Thank you, sir. And before I start, I don't know where to start. I feel I belong to the Vedic period. I was asked to talk about some the Indian television experiment, which happened some 40 years ago, when the amount of stress, the time and the efforts and the pain we had taken to collect and tabulate the data, what we can do is with a touch of a button or a voice command today. I'm talking about the quantitative data. But, again, I repeat, but there is no substitute for an in-depth interview because it takes the same time and same effort, whatever the medium through which we are communicating. Having said that, let me take you on my journey as a researcher. I just joined as a young recruit in Indian television, Madras, in the audience research wing. And now it's called as a Doordarshan Kendra, Chennai. Within 2 days of my joining, well, I want to tell you, I did not know anything about media. Absolutely. I was equally excited. And I never had any experience and like any other normal viewer. And I had a little bit of a social science experience. That's it. So after 2 days, my staff hands over me a bunch of papers and tell me, you have to go to the PRP meeting, ma'am, and make a presentation. PRP, I do not know what was PRP, Program Review and Planning Meeting. And when I entered the conference hall, I found some 40 pairs of eyes looking at me, not very appreciative. I sensed the atmosphere. They knew why I had come. I was presenting the analysis of US letters. Those days, we don't hear very positive comments about television because television was at its nascent age, and all the time there will be only sorry for the interruption programs. And the programs were also of not very high quality. And these people used to send letters by postcards and inlet letters. I do not know among the younger generation, I don't know how many of them are watching, they have ever seen a postcard or an inlet letter. So we used to have that head counting, what our formative researchers tell us. So that was my job. And I did meet with a lot of rebuke and retaliation. After I left the meeting, I came back with a heavy heart. Don't tell me I have to deal with this crew, 40 plus programmers. And I'm the only researcher, nobody to support me. And I was not sure what am I supposed to do. But a couple of months later, things changed. I was asked to attend a workshop organized by the site research team and the Indian television. That was an eye-opener for me. Right now, I recall the wonderful experience and my gurus, Dr. Kiran Karnik, Dr. Vinod Agarwal, and Arvind Sinha, and of course, Miragi. I remember a lot of people, Krishnamurti, and even J. Chandiram. I don't know. I have to go into the memory lane to remember everyone. But that was a very exciting experience for me. And I realized that I have to change. There was a paradigm shift in the way I looked at audience research, from audience profile and needs assessment studies. I think my research scope was much, much larger for me to contribute. So then I entered the world of communication research, faithfully following the footsteps of site researchers. This has literally helped me in planning a research-based program, which right from audience profile ending up with an evaluation. Our team made a substantial contribution. That was on leprosy. When we did the study, we found leprosy is not a disease, but stigma is the disease. And you have to treat the stigma before you treat the leprosy. So I came up with a bunch of findings, and the producer, who was very cooperative, accepted my findings. He also took me to the production field everywhere. We did a beautiful program. I was involved thoroughly. Then guess what? We got a Transral Award for this program. Transral Award was a prestigious award from Germany, I understand. And of course, the producer got all the name and the fame and the glory, everything. As a researcher, I was sidelined. I felt a little disheartened, but that's okay. But I had the sense of pride. Research made its impact. After that, the producers kind of literally recognized me, and they wanted me to collaborate with them in their docudramas. But fortunately or unfortunately, I had to leave on a long-term consultancy to Kuala Lumpur. So I left television. And from there, I got my promotion. And from there, I came to United States to take care of my family needs. So that is what has happened. But this site experience literally helped me in being a resource person when I was a long-term consultant in several Asia countries, in several Asia Pacific countries, and also setting up development broadcasting units, and also worked in other international agencies. This led site research really gave me the firm foundation. I would like to, in this context, I would like to share some of my personal experiences or some takeaways for the younger generation, which I thought was pretty crucial. Number one, my experience, if you want to be a communication researcher, if you want to be a development researcher, you cannot call yourself an expert in one social science field. You cannot, yes, you have to be a statistician, you have to be an anthropologist, you have to be a sociologist, you have to be a psychologist, you have to be a behavioral scientist, and you should know about the emerging technologies. You should also be innovative, you should also, blah, 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 blah. Why I say this is, I did not know much about economics. Then I had to undertake a project, impact evaluation project for an Asian Development Bank. The local consultant was an economic expert. So when both of us planned the research design, I was more excited from a sociological, anthropological perspective. But that guy came up with this economic indicators, which was more structured. And it took a couple of days for me to understand, well, this is a bank project. Bank is much more interested in economic development. And economic development is related to social development. So I do have to cooperate and coordinate the suggestions made by the local consultant. And then the task was made much easier for me. This is one of the examples why I said is you have to be the jack of all trades. And if you want to be a communication researcher. And the second thing, what I wanted to share with you is, most of the researchers, sometimes when they are directors, managers, project managers, I have seen it even with a bunch of my colleagues will sit in the room and they'll send some 40, 50 investigators to the field. But you have to go to the field. You have to go to the field. You have to smell the air. You have to touch the dust and you have to feel the heat. If you really want to incorporate it in your findings, because you visualize the scenario when you really write a report. So that was my second suggestion. The third one, of course, everybody ensures culture. Culture is a very, very important component. And you have to understand the sensitivities of the local community. I used to think that if I just know the language, that's going to be enough. The anthropologist would tell you for every 50 miles, the language changes. And when even in Tamil Nadu, when I had to go and interview some the communities in the villages, they would just use that lingo, which I never understood. Having said that, you have to be, when I said sensitivities, you have to be very sensitive to the dress sense, to your demeanor, and how flexible you are, and so many other aspects. In Pakistan, once I was a resource person, I went along with a local researcher to interview some of some elderly women in one of the Pakistan villages. Then suddenly that person turned to my male investigator and whispered some in Urdu. The investigator said, "Ma'am, can you cover your shoulders?" Then I realized the Pakistani women are not used to wearing saris. They cover themselves completely. And with my big bindi, and with my sari and a blouse. There was definitely a social alienation and a cultural alienation, which I learned to address a little later. So this was very important. And another one is, when you talk about the sensitivities, we think we observe people, but we are being observed 10 times more. That is very crucial because we have to be extremely careful the way we conduct ourselves in the field. I had an experience going along with a consultant. She represented the Canadian funded project. She was my senior. So it was very interesting. I didn't understand the language. I mean, I understand little broken Hindi. And the other person, we had a local researcher, and this Canadian lady used to tell me, because the local researcher could understand her English, and this Canadian lady would tell me, and I would tell the local researcher, so, like it is a three-way process. You know how the message gets diluted once it goes to the third person. However, we were involved in some program where the alcohol addiction. This lady, this consultant asked me to ask a lot of women empowerment questions in terms of alcohol addiction, but there are also men around. And at the end of the meeting, one of the men came to me, of course, through the local researcher. I said, is alcohol only is the addiction? Is smoking not an addiction? I said, of course, smoking is also an addiction. Then he asked me, why is that lady in trouser is non-stop smoking, and she's throwing the butts all around, and she talks about hygiene, she talks about smoking. So where do I go? I profusely apologized, and me and the researcher offered to collect the butts, but of course the villagers, they were very kind and nice. So I leave it to you guys to understand what it means. Never preach anything what you cannot follow. So then the other one was another suggestion from again for the young researchers is, when you go to the field, not only your eyes and the lips are engaged, but keep your ears sharp. You have to watch the surroundings and you have to listen carefully. I was with one of the women researchers, and when we were interviewing one 30-year-old young woman who was in her fourth pregnancy. So my colleague, she spoke to her in Hindi and the importance of her family planning. And when they were, when she was getting excited, this lady was also very cooperative, and she was asking all the importance. She accepted, she understood she should not have any more babies, etc., etc. Suddenly her voice dipped. I was not very sure why she stopped responding, because nobody came from the front door. The thing is, then I just told my researcher, I said to change the topic. Then I got up and I just made some appreciative comment, and I peeped into the kitchen. I saw one old woman sitting in one corner of the room. Perhaps she was listening, but there was also a thatched door attached to the kitchen. She must have come back from the back door. And thatched door never made noise like our wooden door or a zinc sheets. But the daughter-in-law was very perceptive. So when we come back, I understood the scenario. So I came back and I told my colleague, we just ended the interview. Then I discussed with a colleague that here our message has to go to the mother-in-law and not the daughter-in-law, because daughter-in-law is powerless there in that particular culture, in this particular community. So we have to address our messages to the mother-in-law. So that would go as an important recommendation for us, because the mother-in-law will be a primary target group and daughter-in-law becomes a secondary target group if you really want to drive home a message. So then my other suggestion is go along with the sentiments of the people. Never try to argue, never try to destroy, because people have some strong faith, strong beliefs, strong habits. It's so difficult to effect a behavioral change. When I was conducting some studies to set up development broadcasting units, I had to find out what were the areas of community participation. The community participation, villagers, they're not bothered about health. They're not bothered about education. Health, education, roads, water, sanitation, everything is a government responsibility for them. But when it comes to the question of building a temple, building a church, or building a mosque, then they willingly contribute physically and monetarily. So in order to go along with them, you just have to, in the temple, any god occupies only a small space, and there is a big hall. Whichever place of religious worship I'm talking about. So let us try to negotiate some space to conduct Mahila Sanghs or to have a library. Let's negotiate with the local people, community people. They would be willing, but they will not be willing to donate for the health. So this was a very interesting phenomenon. So I just thought that we have to go along with the sentiments and don't destroy their faith, because it's a long way. Then another one, what I observed is the credibility and reliability of my data. This credibility and reliability, what I mean is, when you talk, you take so much of pain to find out how the researcher should conduct the interviews. You conduct training sessions for the researchers, and you check all the questionnaires, you check the research design, then you go again, send off another pool of people to check whether these researchers had really talked to the audience, etc. But when you want to translate the data, there's no point in writing 70.494% of people watch this program, 23.89 people. They're all statistical findings. The producers get so frustrated and irritated because they are creative people, they are abstract thinking people. In order to drive home the message, look, your program has got only has got 75% of appreciation or 25% of viewing. You just have to translate it into communication language. Say every fourth person. So, or 3/4 of your audience, or whatever it is, you just have to translate that in a communicative format. And whatever the other findings from the qualitative research, you just have to change the concepts into program ideas. That will sell with the producers. This was my observation. And also, I felt during my time, the black and white television became color. So it was very exciting. And I just thought that, I was so bored to write those reports in that brown paper, research 150 pages. Even I didn't feel like reading it once more. Then what about the producers, media planners, and policy makers and all? So I just thought that, why don't I make it a little more colorful? So every time I conducted a research and I started writing a report, I'll ask my artists to have a cover page, which is like one of those journals, very interesting cover page relating to the topic in which I'm conducting the research. And that will be in a laminated sheet. I can make only 5 copies because we didn't have money. Lamination was expensive. And there is no, everything was, printing was expensive. I had some miscellaneous fund with 50 rupees or 100 rupees. I was trying to manage and salvage that. And I remember we had to do every report. If you look at my Chennai reports those days, it will be always with a colorful cover pages. And I wrote, for example, if I have to write about the entire analysis of audience feedback for the whole year, I write bouquets and brickbats. And the bouquets, and then there will be a television, and somebody will be offering the bouquets, and somebody will be offering, they'll be throwing a stone at them. So this is how I used to do it. And I was hoping that it would sell. And I really like to acknowledge with gratitude the functional autonomy given by my predecessors, Dr. Sunil Mishra, V.K. Khurana, and V.S. Chandrasekhar. They really gave me so much of freedom. So I could a little bit manipulate and present my findings in a different and innovative manner. The same way what I did was I had to conduct a study in Andhra Pradesh and news on news. I went to a village. The news was at 7:30. There was a community television. And when I went there, the animator had switched on the TV. Absolutely, there was no viewing except one old man with a stick. And there was a dog by his side. What do? If I just write a report, who's going to believe me? I just want to drive home that message. So what I did was I took a picture and I sent it. I made a photocopy of it and I sent it along with my report so that they will know the reality in the field situation. This is how I used to little bit use my own creative ability to cut across the barriers with the media planners. And the third one is, after working with SITE and EDUs, I was invited to conduct some workshops in some colleges and all. I developed the concept of development communication from 9 A's to communication action development. This is like starting with awareness to action, awareness, access, affordability, approach, and adoption, assimilation, blah, 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 blah. So this really helped me. I was in Solomon Islands for a project. I was supposed to I was only a communication, I was supposed to do only the audience profile and needs assessment studies. Because a television center they were planning a television center. The bank was planning to give money to the government agency. So Solomon Islands, I don't know, many of you must have visited or whatever it is. There will be about 300, 400 islands. So each island was 1 block away. But they can yell from each other. They can yell at each other. But when you have to collect something, the boys used to jump into the ocean. They swim across, go to the other island, and they come back. So I did that. Like those little canoes, I used to travel. And every island had only 4 or 5 tenements. That's it. Sometimes there will be some church. But what I realized was 80% of them did not have electricity. They had water. They were self-sufficient. They were happy themselves, but they did not have power. So one of my major finding was, you transmit programs. Okay, you spend money, you hire producers, international producers, and you do everything. But how do they access your programs? I never had an answer. So I put it as a big question mark. Even though it was not in the scope of my research assignment, I felt that I should communicate this to the expert who hired me in my findings. I did that, and I did not know what happened. After a few years, I knew that there was one television center operated and also went out of business. I'm not very sure about it. But again, Solomon Islands, I hope I have some more time. Again, Solomon Islands have a very fascinating story which I want to share. I really do not know how many of you are aware of it. I always say when you make some recommendations, it has to be practical and utilizing local resources when you really want to communicate. This was a stellar example. I was told that when John F. Kennedy was one of the naval officers, he was, that was during the World War time, he was in one of the areas of Solomon Islands where the Japanese naval boats were there. And the boat he was in charge of, Kennedy was in charge of, they ran out of ammunition and the Japanese naval force struck them. So the boat sunk and all of them swam in the waters to the little island, and they swam for miles and miles, and they were looking for some survival. So they went to some mainland and they came across two natives of the Solomon Islands. And first the natives were afraid of them. They did not know, but these people had to convince them, the soldiers, I am from America, we are from America. So they were very pleased. And I do not know how the natives had communicated, but this John F. Kennedy took a piece of coconut and wrote with a knife that this native knows where we are, JFK or something like that, in the coconut. And these two people hit the coconut and traveled a long way to send it to the American base. And that's how they came and retrieved all these soldiers. And that's how he became the president of the USA. And I was told he was still in touch with these natives. I'm not very sure because I keep forgetting the details, but it was one of the exciting examples. You don't have a paper, you don't have a pencil. What you had only was a coconut and you had that knife with you. That's it. You communicated. And, this is the future of USA was written in that coconut, piece of coconut. So this is very interesting because when you really make a recommendation, you have to look at the local resources and the infrastructure, whether they can implement it or not. And then the most important thing for a researcher, I feel, is commitment. Commitment. I just wanted to share one interesting episode. I was in Bangladesh, again for a ADB project. And this was about the urban infrastructure, a project in a place called as Mirpur, I think, and Mirpur, Dhaka. So the bank has funded some 100 or 200 lands, small lands for the poor people in the heart of Dhaka. So maybe 100 or 200, I don't remember actually how many pieces of land, that particular area. And when I visited there after 5 years, I was supposed to make an impact evaluation of the infrastructure. It was devastating. But it's nothing which I did not know. It happens even in India. So how sometimes the horizontal slums turn into vertical slums. In the same way, I couldn't find a single genuine owner in the area. They sold it to some local landlords, and all of them had a big 2-story, 3-story buildings. Because of that, water, sanitation, power, everything was affected. It was too much. Instead of 5,000 people, if you had to 20,000 people use that same piece of land. Naturally, it was in a very deplorable situation. So I just felt that what do? I came back and I was writing my report. That was on a Wednesday night. I was leaving for Manila on Friday night. So on Wednesday night, I thought of a great idea. So I called my local consultant. His name is Shafiq. He's no more. I'm the same great guy. He said, I said, Shafiq, why don't you take some video? Again, I didn't have money. There was no provision for a visual aspect. So we just paid one marriage, the guys who take wedding videos those days. You pay 1,000 or 2,000. He was happy. So we paid that kind of money. Then we took a lot of shots. Came back in the evening. I thought I'll finish the editing next day. But the country went on a curfew. Okay, somebody says increase the volume, but I'm on a full volume here. Can you all hear me? I don't know. The country went on a curfew, so I was asked not to step out. And so the ADB, the local director, also called me and he said, don't go out anywhere. That was on a Thursday night. I was confused. What am I supposed to do with this unedited raw cut version of the video? Because the Japanese people were coming to give a grant for this particular program, and I have to make this presentation in Manila. I had only one day left. So I called again Shafiq. Shafiq, what do I do? He said, there are no cars, nothing else. Can you go in a cycle rickshaw? Can you cover your face? I said, of course. Then we set out in the early morning around 6:30. Guess what? Bangladesh is also a Muslim country, but I can wear a sari there. So I was wearing a sari, and I covered myself and went into the cycle rickshaw. I can hear the gunshots everywhere. I was freaking out. But anyway, Shafiq was very nice. He was very protective. He coordinated with some local editor, video editor. Then he opened the back doors. We went up. From morning 9 to 5, we were doing some sloppy editing. And also I have to put the captions every now and then. Something came up from that unedited raw cut garbage video. Something came up. So I came back a little bit satisfied for my hotel authorities to tell me that they won't give me a car to go to the airport. So I literally had to argue with them and tell them the importance of my travel. And finally, they arranged a police jeep. The police jeep with some 7 or 8 officers with their guns pointing outwards. They took me in. I was protected by 8 or 9 of the officers, thanks to the Bangladesh government. And somehow or other, I landed. And on a Monday, I made my presentation. I was very shy because it was such a sloppy video. However, I felt this is the time when you think in turn, sometimes even the dirty and quick research will prove results. This is what I'm trying to explain. So when I presented it, I did feel awkward, but I had no choice. Then afterwards, I came to know that there was a grant for that particular project. But unfortunately, as researchers, when we write reports and make strong recommendations, we do get excited. We think we are making a lot of impact, but we really do not know when it's being implemented or whether it's being implemented or not. But still, we continue our journey. This is the most important thing, because I still feel proud that I am a researcher, and the experience, even though I'm kind of a retired, because after coming to USA, I had so many other local and other social commitments. And so I was accepting only short-term consultancies but I got heavily involved with mentoring the younger generations in their interpersonal relationships and marriage conflicts, etc., etc. But this side research helped me a lot in understanding the human behavior and how to communicate. So I really owe it to sight. And as younger generation, I don't know how many of you are listening to this speech, but I would like to say, as the communicators, we all play a key role in development. Whether you are there during the foundation stage, you are there during the implementation stage, you are there during the output stage also. But realize we all play a supporting role, but that doesn't mean that we are in any way inferior, because the singer always looks for a very efficient supporting artist, like mridangam player or a veena player or a tabla player or something. The same way a surgeon looks for the best anesthesiologist. The same way the producer also would be looking for a best researcher. So stay energetic, stay committed, stay excited, and continue your journey. You can be a corporate communicator, you can be a development communicator, you can be any thing, but communication is the key. And you have the key for the development of human progress. And thank you, everyone. Goodbye and good luck. I'm done. Hello.
Thank you, Chitra ma'am, for your insights into audience research. I especially enjoyed your story about how coconut helped John F. Kennedy become the next US president. Now I will call on to stage Dr. Nandini L, who will speak about our next speaker, Srinivas R. Melkote.
Hello everybody and good morning, Melkote sir. It's really my pleasure. It's a pleasure and privilege to have Professor Srinivas Melkote as our next speaker. Personally, I consider it as my privilege to introduce the walking encyclopedia of development communication, Professor Srinivas Melkote. Srinivas Raj Melkote is Emeritus Professor in the School of Media and Communication at Bowling Green State University, the United States of America. He has taught in the fields of media and communication for over 40 years in universities of India, Jamaica, and USA. Professor Melkote has researched and published extensively on a range of issues covering the role of media and communication in the development and social change, participatory communication, health communication, and media theory. His most recent book, Communication for Development, Theory and Practice for Empowerment and Social Justice, The third edition, co-authored with Professor Leslie Steeves, is a core text for many universities on media and communication who have adopted development communication in their course. He is the editor of the Handbook of Development and Communication, along with co-editor Arvind Singhal, which will be published later this year. Professor Melkote in this webinar will speak about his direct experiences with site research as well as elaborate on different paradigms in development communication within the context of site. So, welcome you on board and privileged to have you. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Hello? 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 Yeah, yes. Hello?
Sir?
Yeah.
Sir, actually, can
Yeah,
please remove that, sir?
one second, hold on. Yeah, what are you saying? That ghost is still there. I don't know how to remove it.
Yes, sir. So just go to choose virtual background.
Shall I go back to what we went earlier? And take this out?
So just go to that start video and just that arrow.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. Okay. I did the arrow. Choose virtual background. I need to cancel that.
Yeah, just click on none.
I did that now. Okay.
Yeah.
I did that. All right. Now, okay, now I know, but I need to get this on the.
Sir, you can just close the background now. We can see you now.
No, I can see myself now, but how do I get the picture on my screen now?
No, sir, you don't need the background now.
The background.
Okay, can I get started now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please start, sir.
Okay, just give me one minute, please.
Yes, sir.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I just wanted a confirmation that you can hear me, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today. It's a great honor that you invited me to speak on the birth centenary celebration of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. Site actually has a very personal relevance to me. I've been in the area of working in the area of development communication for almost 4 decades now. And if I were to pick one or two points in my life that steered me towards the study of development communication, the practice and study of development communication, I would certainly choose site as one of them, and permit me to give you a couple of examples of that. When I was doing my master's at Bangalore University way back in 1975, that was the year that site was on. I was kind of interested in development communication, but really I was not into it. Two factors played a very important part. One was Dr. Epen, the head of the department at that time, who introduced us to research and theory in development communication. That was great. But he also told all of us, Professor Sanjay, Ahmed, and the other classmates of mine, that we have to write our master's thesis in development communication. And so that was the year site was on. I was doing my master's. I did my thesis on that, and I was so interested in this whole venture of communication for development that I excuse me, that I have not left the field until today. That is about 43 years. So site has a very personal relevance to me. My topic today is to talk about site itself, the experience of site, as well as the changing paradigms in development communication. I've been very active in this area since 1975, and very deeply involved in the theory of development communication. I'm sure some of you may know that through some of the books I have written. And so permit me to share with you some ideas and perspectives on the different paradigms in the role of communication for development. Now, what is the importance of site? Now, this was a very bold venture, and it had never been done before, except maybe in a very limited way in either in Philippines or in Indonesia, the Palapa experiment. But otherwise, the only other example that we have is the radio farm forums of All India Radio in India, which was a big success, but never before had India or anybody else used video in such a dramatic fashion. What site did was bring very useful information to resource poor areas in India, 2,400 underdeveloped villages spread across 6 states in India. And this was a bold experiment. It was a test of 2 aspects. One was the software. Can we successfully transmit information from the experts to people directly living in rural areas? The other was the hardware. Can we make everything work? The hardware was a 100% success. Not once during that 1 year was there any major glitch in the hardware. And that is something that ISRO and India should be very proud of. The software, obviously, there were some ups and downs, but on the whole, it went off very well. So I would say that the site experiment was, as far as hardware was concerned, a complete success. And as far as software was concerned, was not bad at all. I would even say good. Now, moving on from there, unfortunately, as soon as site ended in 1976, that was the end of the whole thing. So it was a one-shot experiment at that time of taking information to the rural areas. Of course, things have, later on, the television authorities did come up with educational programs. But let me talk now about starting from the time of the site to today. Just touch upon briefly in the time that I have the major changes, or rather the paradigms in this particular field. At the time of site, and I'm talking about the 1970s, probably a little bit of the 1980s, until that time, it was believed that information is the missing link in development. If only we could provide people with the right information, things would change. The whole model was top down. The experts knew everything, and they propagated this information down below to the receivers. The receivers were supposed to be empty slates, taking the information, and what we call today as the top-down approach in development communication. And a uniform message was broadcasted to all the receivers. Living in different areas, you might be receiving site in Odisha or in Karnataka or in Andhra Pradesh. These are some of the states. But the message was identical. Now, today, we would regard this as a model with limited utility. It was good then, but things and perspectives started to change with the 1980s. And sometime, I would say, I mean, it's very difficult to put your finger and come up with an exact date, but so I believe sometime in the 1980s, the top-down approach in development communication was slowly supplemented and later on replaced by the participatory approach in development communication. Information was not the missing link. It's not like if you provided people with the right information, everything would change. Development was viewed now as a widely participatory process of social change and included a society's social and cultural aspects besides the economic. And so the participatory approach or the participatory paradigm replaced slowly and surely, starting with the 80s and on into the 90s, slowly replaced this overly top-down approach of talking down to the receivers. People talk, people share information. And that is the approach in which we have to also work. We are talking about people talking among themselves. We are talking about receivers talking back to the source. Receivers sharing their knowledge, their perspectives with fellow receivers and with the sources. The importance of local areas. because development problems are, to a great extent, local. And so local areas differ from area to area in terms of whatever their problems are. The cultures are different, especially in a multicultural country like India. Added to that, when you let people talk, people share, people offer their own perspectives in a participatory paradigm, you are giving agency to the receivers. Okay? They're not passive individuals, they're active agents. And therefore, social change communication model based on the interpretive epistemology and methodologies became prominent in the later part of the 20th century. The emphasis is on understanding of people, groups, and other phenomena within specific contexts, and involves thick description, empathy, and self-reflection in practical situations. A participatory communication approach between the sender and receiver therefore was used. And now the bias in this approach was towards horizontal participation, not top-down. That is, subject to subject, person to person. Critical awareness and dialogic communication processes. Social change programs that involve participation, collaboration, capacity building, and empowerment are better informed by a communication for social change model, which is what the participatory model or the paradigm promised. As we moved on from the 80s to 90s, certain limitations in the participatory approach became evident. And so there was, again, a change in perspective, a change in paradigm. Participatory model that I have been talking about was anchored in a social vacuum. It's almost like people, it did not look, people live in societies. Societies are, how should I say, there is a power imbalance in societies. Not everybody in a society has equal in power. However, in the participatory approach, not much attention was given to these kinds of power-related issues. Power was disregarded. That's the fact that society there's unequal power between different organizations, between different individuals, was disregarded, or rather not even considered in the participatory approach. The construct of empowerment became more and more important. This construct of empowerment identifies the underlying constraints in directed social change, such as, for example, the lack of power among the people at the receiving end of development programs. This has brought critical research to the front. Critical research goes beyond the instrumental interest of achieving and improving development outcomes. to also look at and critique the socio-economic and structural impediments preventing people from emancipation or from development due to discriminative and coercive structures and influences. So empowerment became a very important construct. So this slowly and surely brought on another paradigm, which I would like to call as the empowerment paradigm. Development communication in an empowerment paradigm has the goal of empowerment of the people, building of local capacity and equality and equity. The objectives of development communication activities are now expanded to include the activation and the sustainability of social support systems, social networks, empowerment of local narratives, facilitation of critical awareness, and importantly, the facilitation of community power. The role of development communication worker has moved from being just a communication expert to being a collaborator, a facilitator, a participant, an advocate for individuals and communities, a risk taker, and even an activist on behalf of the people. So we notice how empowerment has brought on much greater emphasis on activating the power of the people and looking at the unequal distribution of power. And therefore, information may not be the missing link. People are poor, underdeveloped, etc., because they are powerless. Empowerment paradigm put the emphasis on increasing the agency of receivers and people. It created an avenue for more voices in the marketplace of ideas. Importantly, it addressed the erasure of voices, the erasure of local cultures, by giving more agency to local areas, local cultures, and people. In other words, the empowerment approach attempts to increase the countervailing power of the receivers, of people at the receiving end of development programs. Moving on then, to the 21st century, the new at the dawn of the 21st century, the neoliberal paradigm of directed change, influenced by global market-based and supply-side economic theories, now has brought on new challenges to progressive change. In the last 45 years, the rise in income inequality and wealth have seen a dramatic increase all over the globe. So that brings us to the present time. The idea of development towards social justice outcomes is finding today common ground among scholars and professionals. I agree with this view. And if I were to call this a paradigm or a perspective today, I conceptualize development as a process of directed social change with the articulation of social justice as an important objective. The goal of social justice should serve as an anchor for development theory and practice. However, while the term social justice has somehow connotes a common understanding in the conceptual domain, we all know when we say social justice, it kind of makes sense conceptually, but how do you operationalize it? The operationalization of this concept of social justice continues to be a challenge. So that brings us now back to development communication of how can we operationalize social justice in our development communication programs. A key idea involves an enhanced role for development communication in development and social change programs. So this necessitates moving beyond the role of communication as a mere agent of transmission of information from point A to point B. Yeah, this I want to spend a couple of minutes talking about this idea. I want to come back and talk about what is social justice, how do we operationalize social justice, and so I'm going to come back and talk about that. But before that, I want to move on to some of the new ideas that are being transmitted, discussed today. First of all, let's take on development. Let's go back to the very root of communication. Communication is, for a very long time, we have seen that is a transmission of information, of messages from one person to another, from one point to another. Okay, this has been the traditional view of communication, as we like to call it in our literature. We call this as the transmission view of communication, where mass media and other communication media are used to transmit messages. Now, there has been some development and some change in this, in the way in which development communication programs are actually structured, or rather should be structured in international global bodies, like the United Nations organizations, programs like UNESCO or FAO, and other such agencies that use, or the World Bank, that use development communication in a very big way. And here they have gone beyond looking at development communication as simply the transmission of messages, but actually giving it a more dynamic purpose and view, where development communication is used, should be used, to pull together the different sectors in a typical development program together. It could be, in the case of agricultural extension, it could be agronomy. It could be something to do with the farmers. It could be something to do with irrigation. There are many sectors, even in the area of agriculture, all of which are looking at development, but each of them works in their own silos or in their own structures. How do we bring them all together, working for development and providing the means to improve? And so, how can we improve the design and effectiveness of a project? And so in this, what I would like to call as communication-based analysis, it goes beyond just looking at moving messages from point A to point B, to actually development communication is used for social assessment, to also investigate the local political, economic, environmental, technical, and other dimensions of a problem, ranking them and prioritizing issues within a methodological framework. So in this mode, communication is a set of research tools. It's a social science tool, it's a management tool used in a cross-cutting manner to investigate and bring together the different agencies that are working for development. Let me give you one example, and I think that'll bring the point home. I'm sure all of you have seen images of a symphony where there are many musicians. There are some people on the violin. There are some others on the saxophone. There are some others on another instrument. There are so many instruments in a symphony. But there is who brings them all together so that we have beautiful music? The conductor. The conductor himself is not playing any instrument, but he or she brings together at the right time all of the different musicians so that the end product, the music that is put out, is harmonious and beautiful. So today in the CBA analysis, development communication in projects is seen not just to move a message from point A to point B, but also to bring together the different agencies. Investigate what the problems are before you start propagating development messages. Do a formative analysis, an environmental analysis, a cultural analysis, and gather all the different tools and agencies together. So here now, development communication is going beyond message transfer to actually become a management tool. So this is one of the new ideas. By the way, it's not new in terms of practice. It has been done in the FAO and UNDP and other agencies, but this is something that is new in terms of the theoretical understanding. Another key idea that we need to talk about as far as development communication is concerned today is the notion of active agency on the part of individuals and communities in development and change programs. Development communication outcomes should create, expand, and sustain the agency, the capacity, and capabilities of individuals, communities, and organizations in development programs, like I talked to you earlier in the empowerment paradigm. Individuals and communities must have the opportunity and the capacity to play an active role in articulating and shaping the type of change that they want. This reinforces the view that development communication should encourage and pursue an agent-oriented view of individuals and communities engaged in development. Further, active and empowered agents and stakeholders must pursue social and political action to sustain an ongoing engagement with the state or other power holders in working toward desirable and socially just futures. And so social and political action is very important and is in development programs, and development communication should facilitate that. Now I want to come back and conclude with what I meant earlier by operationalizing what we mean by social justice. What is social justice? A profound insight that I take away is the description of social justice as a set of twin or two freedoms labeled as freedom from and freedom to. I agree with my colleagues that social justice and development should be regarded as freedom from persistent and endemic deprivation of individuals and communities in areas that are basic to survival, and inequality in the distribution of risks and rewards pertaining to survival. So we all need freedom from that. We need freedom from hunger. We need shelter. We need clean drinking water. We need clean air to breathe. We need freedom from that. This is at the heart of development that we have all studied and practiced. This is often referred to in the literature as emancipatory freedom. That's one aspect of social justice. Okay. And so all the development programs that we have read about, we have seen in the last several decades have had freedom from underdevelopment, freedom from deprivation as one of their most important goals, and it should continue to be, because we still have in the 21st century today lots and lots of people suffering from basic things like hunger, lack of medical care, lack of basic education, and so on and so forth. Okay. The second aspect of social justice is freedom to. Today we are living in the 21st century, and obviously we cannot forget that. Today we have the social media. We have Web 2.0. It's not like before, when some expert would talk down to the people. Today everybody can talk. Everybody can disseminate messages. Look at the power of social media today. Okay. And so freedom to is an aspect that is very important in social justice today. Besides freedom from hunger, besides freedom from some of the material aspects that are so important for our basic survival, in the 21st century today, people also are asking for freedom to live a meaningful life, freedom to live freedom to live as an expressive human being. And this is often referred to as the politics of self-actualization. Therefore, the second aspect of social justice that development communication should be playing a part of today is going beyond freedom from basic inequalities in access to resources to also giving people an opportunity to live meaningful and expressive lives. So today you see all kinds of movements like the Me Too movement that has, become very important and popular in the last several years, where women all around the world are saying, we have certain rights too, to live as expressive human beings. And besides Me Too, there are many other examples, and with lack of time, I don't want to get into that. And so social justice is freedom from and freedom to. And there are many ways in which development communication can be anchored to this. I'm just going to name them, and later probably if we get a chance, we could discuss them in detail. For example, advocacy communication, empowerment communication, resistance communication. These are some examples I have where development communication is being used to give agency to people, to empower people, to participate in social and political action, because that is, I think, a very important way to bring about change. Information is not the missing link. It is the politics, the economics in our societies that is preventing people from being what they want to be. And this involves political action and social action, which means that development communication must go beyond top-down expert information about, you need to do this, you need to do that, to also bringing people together to demand the changes that they want and facilitating that. I think I have used much of my time, and so I will, conclude with that. And I look forward to questions at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you for enlightening us on your experiences with SITE and about developmental communication, Professor Melkote. To introduce our next speaker, Noshir S. Contractor, Dr. Manjushri Nayak will now come to the stage.
Good evening, all. I'm indeed privileged to introduce Dr. Noshir Contractor. Noshir Contractor is the Jane S. and William J. White Professor of Behavioral Sciences in the McCormick School of Engineering and Applied Science, the School of Communication, and the Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern University. He is the Director of the Science of Networks and Communities Sonic Research Group. He investigates how social and knowledge networks form and perform in a wide variety of contexts, including business enterprises, scientific communities, global health, and space travel. He is the President-elect Select of the International Communication Association, a distinguished scholar of the National Communication Association, and a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science and the Association for Computing Machinery. He received the Lifetime Service Award from the Organizational Communication and Information Systems Division of the Academy of Management. He also received the Distinguished Alumnus Award from the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, where he received a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering. He has a PhD in communication from Annenberg School of Communication at the University of Southern California. Thank you, and we are privileged to have Noshir Contractor. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Oops, sorry. Okay. I'm going to share my screen here. Let me see if this is going to work. I think it might. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you, Ian, very much. Thanks again for inviting me to be a part of this. I'm just absolutely thrilled. It's I think somebody mentioned this earlier, but it's somewhat of a reunion almost, if you may, for several of us who haven't seen each other for decades. But obviously, I want to first of all recognize that this event, it's such a privilege and honor for person like me to be at an event that celebrates one of the brightest and most illustrious lights in all of India in a variety of different areas, which includes but is not only in the area of space. And Vikram Sarabhai was one of the heroes for all of us growing up. And so it really is an honor to have an opportunity to be able to share some ideas at an event that commemorates, that is a tribute to him. I will also say that for me, it's a particularly exciting opportunity, and I want to thank again the organizers of this event to have brought together such an interesting group of people to look at. And in particular, I will acknowledge a shout out, as we would say, a few of them, which sort of entails in my own history of being involved with this kind of work, and the fact that I'm in a school of communication today. And humbled to be the first Indian, the first South Asian to be president-elect select of the International Communication Association. And it all started in many ways with three people who are all here, and then a fourth person who joined shortly thereafter. The three people that I'm referring to are Binod Agarwal, who we've already heard from, and Arvind Sinha. They gave me my first break when I did my summer internships at the Space Application Center in Ahmedabad while I was an undergraduate student in electrical engineering at IIT Madras. This would have been in 81, 82, around that time period, 80 to 80, 81 and 82 in that time period. And so Binod and Arvind were very, very instrumental in allowing this little undergrad in electrical engineering they indulged me and allowed me to go into the villages to be able to do studies as part of what I'm going to talk about a little bit, the Khera Communications Project, which was a follow-on to the original site experiments. And the other person who's on this call, who also was incredibly instrumental and indulged me again as an undergrad, was Chitra. Chitra, who I knew then as Chitra Krishnaswamy, now Chitra Vaitishwaran, who is also somebody that we have heard from. Chitra was at the Audience Research Office at Doordarshan in Madras, then Madras, Chennai now. And I would walk in there, and I was, believe it or not, but I used to actually host a TV show. I was a game show host on TV there, but just because I did a lot of debating while I was in IIT Madras. And but more importantly and more interestingly for me, I was not that fond of being in front of the camera. But one of the things that happened was that for some reason I bumped into Chitra, who said, I'm doing all this audience research work. And so I helped her collect surveys. She was looking for volunteers who would go talk to people about essentially do surveys on their television viewing habits. And I still remember vividly, Chitra may or may not remember this, but we just at that point at IIT Madras got an IBM computer that had installed a piece of software called the Statistical Package for the Social Sciences. And I was very excited about taking classes and learning how to use SPSS. And I remember coming to Chitra and saying, Chitra, you're getting all these surveys done, and then you're manually calculating the average opinions of different viewers, etc. Why don't you just let me take it onto my computer, and I'll write a computer program and on computer cards at the time, and be able to provide you with some probability analysis much faster and much more accurately, etc. And that was my launch into communication research. That was my very first effort at communication research, was between Binod and Arvind Sinha at Ahmedabad SAC, and then Chitra in Chennai. So it's amazing for me to have an opportunity to be able to get together with all of them at this venue here after all these decades. The fourth person who then came into that same orbit, who also is going to be joining us here today, is Arvind Sinha. And Arvind was somebody that I got to meet when I helped recruit him to be a graduate student, a couple of years junior to me, maybe just 1 or 2 years junior to me at the University of Southern California, the Annenberg School for Communication. And at the time, I had been already working a little bit with Ev Rogers, mostly in terms of understanding networks. And I remember Ev came to my office as a grad student and said, I got this application from this guy in India whose name is Arvind Singhal, and I really think we should try to recruit him to come to USC. And so I made a very, very expensive, at the time, phone call, long distance phone call in 1984, I think, or somewhere in that neighborhood, to Delhi to talk to Arvind and to convince him that he should join us as a PhD student at USC. And then, in fact, some of the research that I'm going to talk about today was an article that was co-authored with Arvind Singhal and Ev Rogers. So with that as a preamble, I just wanted to acknowledge and give a nod to some people who have been incredibly influential in everything that, who've taught me a lot in terms of my formative years, etc. Okay, so I've titled this talk, Meta-Theoretical Perspectives on Satellite Television and Development in India, What We Learned and Did Not Learn from Sight to Inform Digital Media in Contemporary India. Unfortunately, the abstract got truncated and it simply said, I wrote an article. Well, I didn't want to make the abstract about me writing an article. I wanted to talk about what we've learned from that. So disregard the abstract that you have in the brochure, and instead, let's go ahead and get started with what we want to say here. What I want to talk about is put the context of what we learned about in the context of satellite television in India in a broader context that focuses on understanding issues like the utopian perspective on technology, which was one of the ways in which people began to think about it. So if you think even about the time when Vikram Sarabhai and others who shortly after independence were trying to make the case for why we should have so much of technology in the country, and television was one of those areas, etc. Many at the time would say, and I don't have any reason to believe this firsthand, obviously, since I did not meet Vikram Sarabhai, that Vikram Sarabhai's main interest was in space. And he realized that politically, it would be a lot easier to sell space to the people if you could make the case that this was going to help solve a societal problem, and hence education became a big part of it, etc. And so in general, people who are utopians believe that technology is an unalloyed blessing. It'll solve all problems. And sure, if it creates new problems, then more technology will solve those problems as well. And that if there's a failure of technology to impact society positively, it is not the fault of the technology, it is the fault of the business and the political communities who don't know how to deal with that technology properly. Then there is another group of people who engage in exactly the opposite argument. And this is the dystopian view, that technology is an unmitigated curse. It is a problem generator. It's not a problem solver. The failure by technology to impact society is blame it on the technocrats, who dystopians were fearing are gaining control of society and who they believe should be excluded from policy formulation. So as you can see, these are two things, and I think you can recognize this. You can recognize this in articles we read, and some thought leaders and some very well-regarded and respected intellectuals fall into these two categories as well. Buckminster Fuller was an example of a utopian. Mestheny was an example of a dystopian. And then there's a third category of people who would say they are neutral. And by that, they mean technology per se is neither good nor bad. The concepts of failure is irrelevant to this viewpoint because society, not technology, determines the impact of technology on society. So technology in and of itself has no impact. It's what we do with it that depends on these things, etc. And again, there are some people who have this belief. And of course, for them, there's no concept of failure because technology is neutral. It's neither good nor bad. However, all of this to say that there is actually an argument that has gained a lot of empirical currency through the centuries, and certainly in the last several decades in the 20th and 21st century. And that is the notion of what is called as the dual effects hypothesis, that technology has both positive and negative impacts on society at the same time and in spite of each other. And then the concept of failure is based on contingency factors. So there are several examples where we can talk about technology having positive and negative impacts. For example, in the context of television, going back to sight, was sight or television generally, is it one that nationally integrates the country or it allows us to celebrate the diversity of the country? Well, it does both. It allows us to unite the country, to create a national fabric, but it also allows each of the areas to engage in personal cultural expression. So in other words, it has both the opportunity to be a homogenizer, but also has the opportunity to be a heterogenizer. You could think of technologies in a variety of other contexts. Is it one that increases knowledge or increases the divide in society? Well, as we can see that technologies like television have the ability of uplifting everyone. But in the situation where it uplifts some people more than others, it actually increases the digital divide, not decreases it. And so one of the ways in which I encourage us to think about what we learned from sight and moving forward, as we look at the digital future in India and indeed the world, to recognize that we always want to stay with this dual effects idea in our mind, never allow ourselves to gravitate towards one opinion or the other. And so then the question is, what are the contingencies? one of the jokes that people make about academics is that when you ask an academic a question, you'll never get a yes or a no answer. You'll always get it depends answer. And yes, I plead guilty. But then the question is, it doesn't stop with it depends on what? And the contingency factors are indeed the examples of what it depends on. And part of our responsibility as communication scholars are to identify what are these contingencies that help us decide whether the technology, which is malleable, is both a problem solver and at the same time a problem generator. So if I want to apply these perspectives to SITE, so this is taken from one of the first reports I read when I was an undergrad doing my summer internship at SAC, Space Applications Center. And this was a report that was put together by Binod Agarwal, where he listed these 5 objectives of SITE. The first was to improve rural primary school education. The second was teacher training. The third was to improve practices in agriculture, health and hygiene, and nutrition. The fourth was to contribute to family planning. And then the fifth was national integration. And so, as you can see, there was because of the legacy of SITE being the satellite instructional television experiment, 2 out of the 5 have to do directly with education, Objective 1 and Objective 2. And in a sense, 3 is also about educating people, though not in a very sort of academic way. And then contribute to family planning as well is an educational issue, obviously. So if you look at these, then the question becomes, what determined whether we were going to succeed in these? And quite frankly, based on almost all the reading that I did at the time and since then, and it has been alluded to already by some of the presentations we've heard this morning, that the one part of SITE that people would agree was a complete success was on the side of the technology or the hardware. There were some glitches, but by and large, it worked pretty well. And so then what about the rest? The rest is a much more muddled story. And I think the opportunity to revisit what we learned from that gives us another opportunity to remind ourselves that we are in fact in the process of making many of those same errors even today as we look at Web 3.0, as we look at what's going on in the world today, that many of the same issues come to mind. And keeping this framework, keeping this heuristic is going to be very important as we look at the future of digital India. So what were the contingency factors? So in this paper that I co-authored with Arvind Singhal and Ev Rogers and was published in the Journal of Broadcasting and Electronic Media back in 1988, we identified 6 different factors or contingency factors. One of them, the communication hardware, the second one on that list there, that was the easy one. This one was pretty good, pretty successful. There was no doubt about it that Indians did well on that front, and so there was not much to talk about. The rest, we learned a lot by being able to look back and see what went wrong. So what do I mean by things like organization? I'll come to this again later on as well, but just to give you a quick idea, it meant that when you want to think about whether satellite television instruction the experiment is going to be successful, it's not just about looking at the television station. It's not just looking at the people who are producing the materials. It is about them being able to connect to a lot of other organizations and work as a system. I like to think of this as being embedded in a very complex network of organizations. For example, it's one thing for television to tell people that they should engage in certain hygiene practices, or they should be able to engage in family planning, etc. But that is absolutely no use to a villager if the villager doesn't have access to the materials they're being advised to do. And a lot of the frustration that we see in a situation like this is the villagers actually getting anxious, knowing that they've been told on television that if they use X to engage in good hygiene practices or good nutritional practices, they'll be healthier. And all you've done is made them realize what they don't have because the rest of the organization was not orchestrated well and was not able to provide them those resources. So recognizing that media is only one part of this ecosystem is really important. Infrastructural development is yet another issue. Infrastructure development, again, tells us about how the particular place as a whole is ready to take on these issues. So for example, the notion of satellite television beaming in and sort of injecting like a hypodermic needle, injecting knowledge into a rural community is extremely naive. And so
if that education has to be imparted in a way that is meaningful, there needs to be local infrastructure. There needs to be an educational infrastructure on the ground in these villages that is able to leverage what is being sent by satellite television, that's able to leverage technologies more generally, and be able to then use that in order to achieve the objectives that we discussed on the previous slide. The next one is audience research. This is the area that Chitra and others obviously have spent a lot of time talking about. And there, the notion of the time was obviously about the idea of both formative evaluation and summative evaluation. Formative evaluation being part of recognizing who is your audience, what is it that they want, and distinguishing that from what is it that they need. And recognizing that you have to strike a balance between what they want and what they need. I'm almost certain that in the presentation that we will see from Arvind Singhal, he'll talk about the notion of infotainment, the ability to create pro-social television shows that both entertained and informed at the same time. And those are the things that audience research can help us with. Program software here doesn't refer to computer software. It refers to actually what are the materials that are being generated. Some of the challenges that were faced in site was that things were generated in only one language or in another language, and they were spoken in a dialect, or they were not necessarily delivered in a way that was understandable and comprehensible to the audience in mind. So recognizing that program software or the development of materials, which could include, as we will see in the next couple of slides, micro media, not just television acting by itself, is important. And the last contingency, which I don't think was well examined during the time of site, partly because it's time, it takes time to do it, is the notion of to what extent are these impacts that we see impacted by time? Are these short-term impacts? Are these long-term impacts? Are they impacts that take a long time to gel? So in other words, you may not see it for a period of time, but it takes time to incubate before you begin to see those effects. So the temporal aspects of understanding these impacts is also a very important factor in being able to determine its success. So one of the things that I had an opportunity to do, and a lot of what I gained from this was I was a little too young to be on the original site, which was in 75, 76. I was just graduating from high school in St. Xavier's in Calcutta at the time. But by the time I was able to join SAC, they began to work on a follow-on project, which was called the Khera Communications Project. And the Gujarat's Khera district has a special place in the history for many reasons. First, it was the home of Sardar Vallabhai Patel, the strong man of India. It was the place where Mahatma Gandhi started his second satyagraha on Indian soil. It was also the launch pad of the revolution that led to the creation of the first milk producers cooperative, Amul. Some of you may not, maybe too young to know this, but Amul actually came out a union cooperative approach. And that all started in Khera district, where with the help of Sardar Vallabhai Patel, the milk producers decided that rather than be built, pardon the pun, by some merchants in Mumbai and elsewhere, that they could create their own cooperative and be able to sell their milk together. And so that was the birth of Amul, as we now know it. And then most importantly, of course, for today's presentation, the fourth bullet item, that it was also the location for a project that first demonstrated the potential of decentralized broadcasting in India. And by decentralized broadcasting, what I mean is it was the first effort to say that site gave us some lessons, but it also showed us that centralized transmission in and of itself is not going to work for many of the reasons I was laying out on the previous slide in terms of contingency. So the Khera Communication Project took a slightly different angle. So this was a place that they had a hybrid configuration. They were able to, they had a local power transmitter in a place called Pij, a village called Pij, Pij, which was about 50 kilometers south of Ahmedabad. And it was connected to the local Doordarshan station, but it was also connected to a satellite Earth station that was located at the Space Application Center itself. So the KCP, or the Khera Communication Project, could broadcast local television programs that were either originating in their own studios or the local Doordarshan station, and also the national satellite television that was received from the SAC Space Application Earth Center. So they had about 650 community television sets that were provided to 400 villages and installed in public places at these locations. And they had about, say, 90 minutes of local program and 100 minutes of national program. So as you can see, this was a very creative way of looking at it. The whole Khera district had 1,000 villages with 3 million inhabitants. So this was a small project within that. And I had the privilege and opportunity of sitting in the back of Jeeps, often with Binod and Arvind, and going into these villages and interviewing people and conducting surveys. And a lot of what I learned about the importance of understanding those dual effects came from this particular study. So here are some examples of pictures of that were taken in that Khera communication. You can see the dish that was in each village, which obviously attracted the curiosity of everyone. And then on the right, you see how the villages came together, etc. Now, just here, you see an example of dual effects that I want to touch on. You see that in some cases we say, oh, technology and computers and phones and all of these things have increased our isolation. We sit by ourselves at home and do it. Yes, today, a lot of it happens that way, that we sit alone. Certainly during the COVID period, we are living in isolated, confined environments. But as you can see, in this particular context, television was used to build community. People congregated together to be able to build community and see things together and make sense of it together. I remember one incident where I was in one of these villages and villagers came up to me and they expressed fear because for the first time they were seeing the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi looking really small and surrounded by people who looked nothing like her because she was visiting a foreign country. And it was fascinating to see some of the things we take for granted, that when a person is introduced for the first time to a television news story, they were completely baffled, puzzled. They were scared for Indira Gandhi because they thought that she was being threatened by aliens around her in that particular context. So I'm going to end by showing a couple of tables of things that we learned from this. Again, to go back to these different, the contingencies that I talked about, we can start by looking at organizations. So one of the things that we need to think about, and these are all considerations, there's no right or wrong answer, but these are considerations that were true during SITE, they were true during KCP, they were true during the commercialization of television in India, and they are certainly true as we move into digital media that now is much more complex. I know that one of our opening presenters today talked about the fact that we had 900, or it may have been the television documentary that we saw. They said, you know, we have 900 channels. I have no idea what we're going to do with 900 channels. Well, the issue here really is that today, as we move into this environment, we are moving away from this notion of mass communication, as we used to think about it, and it's becoming much more customized communication. And so each of us live in very narrow segments that we are customized into being able to connect. And so the 900 allows us to succeed because it's a long tail. As long as you have enough people, even in small segments, they cater to those kinds of issues. So are you saying you can't see my screen? Can someone confirm that they cannot see the screen? Oh, goodness.
No, sir, we can't see your screen.
Oh, no. Let me see if I can bring it back. What about now? Okay.
Yes, sir. Right now, yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So you haven't been able to see my slides at all the whole time so far? Oh, goodness. Okay, well, I'm going to certainly go back and show you the little pictures from the Khera communications project that I showed out here, and this diagram that I was showing. So there was not that much of slides other than what I talked about. So this was the picture slide, and then this I think would be a good point for you to see it because we're talking about various different issues here. So under organization, we have autonomy from the government and from commercial interests. So to what extent should communication be autonomous from the government and from commercial interests? At one point in India, there was a big move towards trying to say, should we be actually removing autonomy from, should Doordarshan be autonomous from government? And there was obviously a lot of debate that said, no, it was too dangerous to not be under government control. And others, of course, felt the other way around. So that was an issue. Decentralization obviously becomes a big issue. To what extent do we want to make the entire apparatus decentralized in terms of both administration, research, and production? To what extent should people in Chennai be able to decide what is the content of what gets produced there and customized, not just because of the language, but also because of the needs of the local needs and the local demands, etc. We already heard, I think, from Professor Melkote about the need for participative form of management and reward system that is necessary in part of the session. And then finally, the training of communication researchers, production personnel, custodians, and teachers, etc. The second one, I think, is the communication hardware one, where I think the most important part that I would want to stress on there is this notion of little media. This was something that became very important to go along with big media. Today, little media also includes digital media. People talk today about television being, or your phone being the third screen. So today we don't watch television in isolation. We are watching television while we are on a laptop, while we are on a mobile, and we are communicating across these different channels at the same time. There's a research that was done here by a former student who's now a colleague by the name of Nancy Baim. And Nancy's research was, she studied television soaps in this country. And what she found was that, yes, people began to then create listservs online, bulletin boards online, where they would talk about what the television soap was saying. But then very soon it became the case that people realized that they were only watching the television soaps because they wanted to make sure they kept up to date on the bulletin board. So basically there was a switch where it was not the bulletin board in service of the television channel that they were watching, but the television channel that was in the service of the bulletin board on which they wanted to build community. So recognizing that any one particular communication channel exists within an ecosystem is a very important and powerful way of looking at this issue. The third, of course, I already talked about this, is the infrastructural development. So obviously, one that we are benefiting today from in this very context is with, for example, the Manipal Institute of Communication, schools of communication in universities in India that are focusing on this. That's one part of it. The second is the development of liaison between boundary spanning units in organizations, so that if you're going to have a show that talks about certain kinds of health issues, certain kinds of financial issues, certain kinds of development issues, we need to make sure that there is boundary spanning, or a network, an inter-organizational network that connects the media centers with the banks, with the hospital, with the development agencies, and with the local self-government panchayats, etc. And then finally, to integrate the development in the transportation, power, irrigation, etc. One of the challenges that was faced for a long time was that the notion of you can't have television if you don't have electricity. And so how do you combine these issues and sectors so that they can work together? The fourth contingency, and I'm going to wrap up here pretty soon, is the notion of audience research. And we certainly heard a lot from Vinod Agarwal and others about the importance of anthropological, qualitative research, from Arvind Sinha as well. I would say that both, obviously, I am a big fan of multi-methods. I also see in particular the power of network analysis as being able to help us understand who are the opinion leaders, who are the people who are shaping the information, because we've known for a long time that the media doesn't tell us what to think. At best, they tell us what to think about, the agenda setting theories. But in fact, that is at least a two-step model where we often, the media influence the opinion leaders who in turn influence us. So understanding the networks in which we're enmeshed is incredibly important as part of the understanding of the audience. The program software, we've already talked about these issues, the content of the programming, the advanced understanding, the source credibility, the program scheduling. And in the content of programming, one thing that's important, and I'll just wrap up here with this piece of advice here, is that there is a lot of people in the area of communication who say, if only we can get the facts across to people, we've done our job. And unfortunately, that is just not true. And the reason we know it's not true is because if you see today people around the world who are engaging in a lot of misinformation and disinformation, if you think at all the climate deniers, for example, they'll all tell you, I don't care what facts you give me, I am entitled to my beliefs. And so one of the things that program software has to take seriously is that people are not persuaded only because they have a need to be right in terms of facts, but they also, we know this from psychologists, they have a desire to be liked. So part of the ways in which you can convince people and educate people is not simply by trying to bombard them with facts, but doing it in a way they feel that they are being liked, that they are seeing messages coming from people similar to them, etc. And so it's important that we focus not just on the content, but how the persuasion strategies are being played out in this context. And then we'll see what happens in terms of time. Speaking of which, I'll leave you with this takeaway to a couple of look for dual effects in terms of social impacts. and then recognize that all of these issues that we're talking about in terms of site or any other television experiment has to do with networks amongst individuals, organizations, producers, and the consumers of information. I thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to join you. I'm happy to take questions if you have the opportunity to do that.
If someone writes their question into the chat, I can ask you some.
I'm happy to talk more, but I wanted to make sure that I gave
Questions,
others a chance.
please put it in the chat.
Okay, while we wait for a question, I just want to, while we wait for a question, I can just talk a little bit about how this applies to what's going on today in this country. For example, we all thought spreading information is a good thing. Did we realize that in the context of doing that,
If anyone has any questions, please feel free to put in the chat, and Sir can probably answer them later. We will now, firstly, I'd like to thank you, Sir, for your insights into SITE. And sorry, I'm so sorry. You can unmute yourself and ask questions. Close the video.
While we wait for questions, do you want me to continue talking, or should we just pause and end here?
Okay, since we don't have any questions, is it okay if we move forward?
Yes, entirely up to you. I can talk, but I can also, if we're out of time, then I'm happy to cede the floor to the next speaker.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. It was really nice to understand what your session gave us in terms of how SITE did do amazing things for media in India. But
amazing things,
a lot that we can learn from the experiment. And now for our final session of the day, Mrs. Manjula V will introduce our final speaker, Arvind Singhal.
Good evening. I will be briefly introducing our next speaker for the day, Dr. Arvind Singhal. Dr. Arvind Singhal is the Samuel Shirley and Edna Holt Marston Endowed Professor of Communications and Director of the Social Justice Initiative in UTEP's Department of Communication. UTEP as in the University of Texas at El Paso. He is also appointed since 2009-2010 as the William J. Clinton Distinguished Fellow at the Clinton School of Public Service, Little Rock, Arkansas. Dr. Singhal teaches and conducts research in the diffusion of innovations, the positive deviance approach, organizing for social change, the entertainment education strategy, and liberating interactional structures. His research and outreach spans sectors such as health, education, peace, human rights, poverty alleviation, sustainable development, civic participation, democracy and governance, and corporate citizenship. He is the co-author of 15 books and over 200 peer-reviewed essays and has traveled and lectured in some 100-odd countries. So over to you, Dr. Singhal.
Just give us a few minutes as we sort out a few technical issues on our end. Thank you.
Breaking news coming in. Manipal Institute of Communication once again has been ranked among the top media and communication institutes in India. It's a part of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, an institution of eminence.
Cut. This is what happens when you ask students of media and communication to create a video. They just can't stop talking about themselves.
Everything we learn to do here is experiential. That's why we rate it at the top. You could ask the RJ if you'd like.
Yup. These guys have their own radio station as well.
Sorry guys, I'm a little held up right now. By the way, why do you need visuals for radio? Good morning, Manipal. Gear up for the Yakshagana performance tonight. A traditional art form like nothing you've seen before.
Art influences life, and documenting the stories behind these art forms is what I'm passionate about.
If you think that was a bit deep, meet this chap. No, this one. The researcher who takes you much deeper.
Art influences life, but even life influences art. And researching about the interaction between the two is what I get to do in media research.
Talking about art and life, we also have a bunch of folks who not only create their artworks, but also bring them to life.
Animation is all about your imagination, taking shape as your creation.
VFX is all about visualization, exploration, experimentation, and exaggeration.
Hey, stop creating confusion. Let's talk about print, the good old medium of communication that gave us our reputation.
Here at MIC, we have our own newspaper. Right from reporting, editing, printing, and distribution, we learn everything hands-on.
We not only have practicals and experiential learning, but we also have well-structured classroom teaching with well-experienced faculty in the field of print, broadcast, corporate communications, animation, film studies, etc.
Films are beyond entertainment, and appreciating it from social and cultural perspective is a different game altogether.
Yes, we do have doers as well as thinkers.
Creating a brand identity.
Developing communication strategies.
Advertising and digital marketing.
Corporate communications is what we are passionate about.
But all these passionate people, are they actually in demand in the industry?
Of course, yes. That's why we have been getting some of the best companies for recruitments at MIC every year. And we have been setting a very good placement record so far.
Now that you know most things about our institute, if you're still wondering who is speaking, it's me, and I love giving voiceovers.
Documenting real life stories is what I'm completely into. Radio is what excites me.
Understanding world cinema is what I'm passionate about.
Marketing communication is what drives me.
Media research is something that I absolutely love.
Newsroom, that's where I want to be in.
Bringing characters to life is what I'm passionate about.
We are nearly 25 years old. Mr. M.V. Kamath, the veteran journalist, laid the foundation for this institute. He was instrumental in setting the foundation and setting
Hello, this is Arvind Singhal. I'm trying to on my camera, but it's saying that the host will need to allow you. I see Dr. Arvind Sinha, I see Noshir. Yeah, I'd hand it over to the hosts. I'm very happy to join you.
Yes, sir, you're audible and visible, sir.
So I'm guessing you're saying I can begin?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, terrific. Well, I thank the organizers for including me in this very illustrious program about a person and his contributions to a field which are very dear to me. And it is only appropriate that I'm going after so many of my gurus. That's Binod Agrawal, or I see Arvind Bhai with his nice mustache. Srinivas Melkote was my MA thesis advisor at Bowling Green, and Noshir, contractor who went just ahead of me, who recruited me from Bowling Green to come to the USC Annenberg School when in some ways I was quite hell-bent upon going to Stanford. But Ev Rogers had moved that year from Stanford to the USC Annenberg School. So it was a joyous journey to be in Los Angeles and to be Noshir's colleague. And I'm so glad that Noshir spent a little bit of time talking about our first paper on satellite television and meta-theoretical perspectives. I also want to, as Noshir used the word shout out, I want to give a shout out to people tomorrow who'd be joining us. Kiran Karnik, who I got to know at the Space Application Center, and actually I was on a call with him a few weeks ago, so that relationship in many ways has continued. Mr. B.S. Bhatia, and others from the Space Application Center, where, like Noshir, I spent 2 of my summers there. I think it was a few years after Noshir. And also, I have such fond memories of Professor E.V. Chitnis. I spent 2 days in Pune, I think it was 1986 or 87, with my guru and mentor, Everett Rogers, who had known Professor Chitnis well. And I remember constantly walking with Professor Chitnis whenever I could and urging him to tell me some stories about Vikram Sarabhai. Professor Chitnis came to the USC Annenberg School. I'm not sure, Noshir, if you remember that, but he was there with us for several days. And I asked Professor Rogers if it would be all right for me, and at that time my wife Anuja, to host him. And so we checked with Professor Chitnis, and he said yes. So he was in our 1-bedroom apartment in downtown Los Angeles for 2 or 3 days. So I was able to drive him to the USC Annenberg School campus. I drove him to meet his friends at Hughes Aircraft because Professor Chitnis had connections there from decades ago. And you can imagine being in his gentle company and his love for telling stories, and all the way from his All India Radio days to how he and Pramod Kale, figured out the Tumba equatorial site, how he used to make calculations. I think it was in Kodi Canal when Vikram Sarabhai was conducting experiments with cosmic rays and so on. So I am a sort of a buff for history and stories, something that I got from my mentor, Ev Rogers. And I hope that in this conversation with you, some of these stories will come out. Now, I know the guidance from the organizers was to theorize sight and to look at it in the context of our celebration of Vikram Sarabhai's birth centenary. And I'm going to maybe do that a little, but not too much, because, Pramod Kale spoke, and Vinod Bhai and Arvind Bhai and Chitra and Srinivas and Noshir. So when you're the last speaker on a day, there are challenges, of course, but also at the same time, much of what people needed to hear has already been said. So I'll take a somewhat different tact, and I hope you'll indulge me. And the premise here is that one cannot look at sight in isolation. Yes, there was the technology dimension, the hardware dimension, the software dimension. Srinivas said the managerial side of it, the operational side of it. Vinod Bhai and Arvind Bhai talked about the social and cultural and linguistic and anthropological and holistic side to it. And so I really don't know how much more I can add to that. I don't think one can put sight under a microscope and see the infinitely small elements that made up the whole. It was years in the making, and as we all have gathered here to say, its effects and that experience is still cascading. I also think that one cannot put a telescope on sight. So, microscope you can use to look at the infinitely small particles. We use a telescope to look at things that are infinitely far. And, if sight was to use a Vikram Sarabhai analogy, if sight was a cosmic star in India's firmament, it'll be hard to travel back in time and measure its radiation with a giga counter. It's hard to isolate the science from the scientist, the man, Vikram Sarabhai, from his method. So with your permission, I'll be zooming in and out of sight. Sometimes I'll take a bird's eye view, sometimes I'll take a worm's eye view, and sometime I will take another person's view, and all to try to paint a picture of Dr. Sarabhai and cite what came before and what came after through a deeply sort of personal narrative, and maybe interspersed in a small way with a professional narrative. I'm reminded of what Nelson Mandela said when he was released from prison, and we all remember that long march to freedom. And in one of his first few speeches, he said, we owe it to our ancestors who have brought us here. And we owe it to our children who will take us there. And we owe it to ourselves because we'll connect the two. And in essence, what he's saying that time flows on, and while many on this panel at this conference work directly with Vikram Sarabhai, sort of my ancestors, respected, venerated. There's several of us who sort of, made up the middle, who didn't actually know him, but were inspired by his vision. And of course, Noshir and I, and tomorrow I know Mohan Datta is on. We have been now in the teaching, research, academic business. So Noshir, I think it's 36 years ago that we first met at the USC Annenberg School. We both were a little younger. I certainly had a lot more hair on my head. And, there are countless, the dozens and dozens of students that we have worked with. So I want to also reflect on the challenge that you've given me with that dimensionality of time. My sources, hence, are my own experience and my own stories that I've gathered. I told you about Professor Chitnis and talking to Kiran Karnik about Vikram Sarabhai. I do remember meeting Malika Sarabhai a few times in my life, Vikram Sarabhai's daughter. She was in Los Angeles in 1989. I think, Noshir, that was maybe a year or two after you had left. And she was there for several weeks in Los Angeles for the performance of Peter Brook's Mahabharat. And Malika was playing Draupadi. And, I couldn't afford the best seat, so I was the person in the last row of the last, I was in the last row and sort of had to use binoculars to see the performance, although the audio was good. And I remember during the break asking the light guy, the lighting person who was not very far away from me, if he knew Malika and if it would be okay for me to pass a note to her. And so I scribbled on a piece of paper, I'm Arvind Singhal, I'm at the USC Annenberg School, I'm a great fan of your father, even though I never met him. And would it be possible to meet? And the next morning she called me, and an hour later I picked her up, and we spent the whole day. Where could Malika go? She was care of me. I was her chauffeur. We had lunch at the USC Faculty Club with Ev Rogers. We reminiscent about Dr. Rogers' time in India, and I took very copious notes in terms of her recollections of her father. And what I distinctly remember is Malika telling me that she felt that her father was always in deep thought. And she even mentioned Rodin and his, you may remember his statue, La Penseur, which basically means the thinker. And but what is unique about Rodin's statue is that the person who is thinking is poised for action, almost ready to take off. And showing or representing, in Rodin's words, or in Mallika's words about her father, that here was a man who believed in thinking, in deep thinking, believed that there was strength in thinking, and was always ready to act. And I think it's hard to shake away a memory such as the one that Mallika provided about her father, in addition to many others, as we understand sight and its legacy in many ways. I spent 2 days at ISRO in Bangalore as a doctoral student in the summer of 1988. This was a time when I was very interested in the emergence of Bangalore as India's Silicon Valley. This is because my mentor, Ev Rogers, was very interested in Silicon Valleys all around the world. And I was in India for the summer doing work on Hum Log, the entertainment education television serial, which again you can say is a legacy of Dr. Sarabhai, because as Pramod Kaleji was saying, that in the late 83, 84 period, India was putting one terrestrial transmitter a day. And so you had all this hardware in place, learning from the experience of sight, but of course, there was not much of indigenous software. And that resulted in the creation of this television program, 156 episodes, entertaining and educational, which became part of my doctoral dissertation. Noshir knows about this. And so in many ways, all these intersections, whether it was hosting Mallika in Los Angeles or, researching Humlog and, developing in some ways my own niche in the diffusion of innovations, but the diffusion of innovations done in ways that people can choose whether they want to be entertained or not. And if they do choose to be entertained, unlike the programming in Sight, which was very, as we've said, top-down instructional, and of course it was appropriate for its moment. In entertainment education, you're not telling people what to do, you're showing them what is possible. And of course, people make their own decisions whether to tune in or not, or if they tune in, whether to act or not. So I was talking about being in Bangalore, and I know one story leads to the other, and spending 2 hours, and I don't know how that happened, with Satish Dhawan, who was the chairman of ISRO at that time. And again, like Professor Chitnis, Mr. Dhawan was a very different personality, but he again regaled me with stories about Vikram Sarabhai. And of course, these were very heady days for Bangalore. There was a sort of a chicken mesh antenna in one of the buildings. Not quite, it was a little more sophisticated. The building was a Texas Instruments building. And, this is in many ways pre-Manmohan Singh, and, but it was a time when television was very rapidly, in some ways, taking off. I also worked quite closely with Dr. Bhaskara Rao, continued to work with him and his unit. As you know, he was president of ORG, Operations Research Group. And we also know that that was one of Vikram Sarabhai's great contribution, in addition to so many other contributions in terms of institutions, the value of audits, the value of professional research, operations research, public research, social research, and research with a human face, in addition to, of course, serving the needs of the market. And I'm talking about all these experiences because, as I said, it is hard to isolate sight and not talk about the man and his network. and who he was. And I'll get to that. What did all this yield to me? My first term paper when I was a master's student at Bowling Green State University was on site. So this is fall of 1983. And the first conference paper that I presented was in March 2004, which was an extension of my term paper. And this was a first international conference. I took the Greyhound bus from Bowling Green to Detroit, and then from Detroit to Toronto. And it was at a popular culture association conference in Toronto. I was 21 at this time. So sight was part of my professional lifeblood. My first published academic article, and this is something that I wrote as a doctoral student at the USC Annenberg School, was on the life of the late Dr. Wilbur Schramm. I interviewed him in December of 1986 because I was doing a paper for Ev Rogers' class on the history of communication research. And I said, well, I'm going to look at Wilbur Schramm. And he said, well, why don't you call him? And I said, call him, really? I mean, and he said, yeah, here's my telephone code. And no, she remembers this. I mean, if he was spending expensive money, it was Annenberg money. We all had telephone codes given to us from our professors. And I remember calling up Wilbur Schramm in Hawaii. And, I said, I'm a maybe I was second year doctoral student at the USC Annenberg School. And, I'm in Ev Rogers' class. And I had a 1-hour conversation with Wilbur Schramm. And this was a few weeks before he passed away. He was a little hard of hearing, but he regaled me with stories about, the many times he met Jawaharlal Nehru and Indira Gandhi, how it was his team that recommended that the ATS-6 satellite was to be given to India. I believe there were other contenders in the late 1960s. So that site could happen, in 1975. And then Noshir has already talked about, I think my second published article was the one, Noshir, that we wrote, the meta-theoretical perspectives on satellite television in India. And Noshir, you may also remember in 1986, when the IAM-CR conference was being held in India, some of us made a little proposal working with Ev Rogers to the National Science Foundation. And we had a retinue of faculty from the Annenberg School, Peter Manji and Janet Folk and their children, and Eliu Katz and Ruth, his wife, and Ev Rogers, and you, of course, Jim Deering. And when we landed in Ahmedabad, we did a sort of a tour of the Sarabhai institutions. I remember spending the morning going to Sabarmati Ashram, which again has a Sarabhai connection, as we know, Ambalal Sarabhai being a great benefactor of the Sabarmati Ashram. Vikram's aunt, Anusuya, was, as we know, a labor leader. She studied at the London School of Economics, came back, and the Mazdoor union, so in some ways taking on the mill owners, and she of course was on the side of the mill workers when Gandhiji in 1918 was the arbiter of that conflict. And of course Mridula Sarabhai, who was Vikram's sister, 6 years older than Vikram, who was part of the Vanar Sena that Indira Gandhi had started, was deeply active in the salt satyagraha, and of course was Gandhi's constant companion in Naokoli in 1947 during the riots post partition. So Noshir and I, we are taking our colleagues from the USC Annenberg School to Sabarmati Ashram. I had been to Sabarmati Ashram several times before, and Arvind Sinha, my dear friend, knows this because my Nanaji, my mother's Chachaji, was the governor of Gujarat in I remember visiting with him in 1970, 71 a few times. And, you had a state car that came to pick you up at the train station. And I remember, as an 8-year-old going to Sabarmati, being very intrigued. I remember going to Calico Mills, the showroom of Calico Mills, which again was the Ambalal Sarabhai enterprise. I remember we got nice scarves as gifts. I remember going to Sarabhai Chemicals in Baroda, where again we got some beautiful, nice pouches. And as an 8 or a 9-year-old, you remember all these things. And so all this to say that your day began at Sabarmati Ashram, and now you can connect the dots in reverse, which is exactly what I'm doing. How the Sarabhai family was deeply influenced by Gandhi, perhaps the only family which was in the textile business, and most of its members dressed in khaddar. And I mean, this is the irony of it, that Ambalal Sarabhai had this big, and he was the textile magnate of India, and yet through Anusuya Sarabhai and Mridula, I mean, they even had curtains of khaddar or khadi in their homes. It's also interesting in some ways that here is one of the wealthiest man or family in India, and at any given time during the freedom struggle, thanks to the close association of the Sarabhai family with Gandhi, with Mahatma Gandhi, one or two of them were always in jail. And Ambalal Sarabhai always refused to pay the fines for these people to get out of jail, because that was the Gandhian way of non-cooperation with something that you considered as being unjust or evils. And this is sort of the atmosphere in which Vikram Sarabhai in many ways grew up. So coming back again, you begin your day with your faculty members, Noshir and I shepherding them with Sabarmati Ashram. Then I remember we spent time at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, another Sarabhai institution, admiring the Louis Kahn architecture. And then I think, Noshir, our day ended with Karthike at Viksat, which was an organization that he ran. I have memories of little reptiles walking on the Viksat, and of course, then later you figure out that Karthike had deep and strong interest in environmental issues. I remember Karthike telling us stories about how his father was often the parent, because his mother, Mrinalini, such an accomplished dancer, she lived to be 97, passed away only in 2016, was pretty much always on tour, abroad doing performances or in India. And it's not that Vikram Sarabhai was not a busy man, but both Mallika and Karthike talked about how, even though he had so many things going on, he always found time to be with them. I especially remember Karthike telling us at that time something that we then put in this book. In 1989, it was published, Singhal and Rogers. I was still a doctoral student at the Annenberg School. That story we put in this book about how when Karthike came down with hepatitis, Vikram Sarabhai actually took leave from all his pressing responsibilities and stayed with him and took care of him and nourished him back to health. Now, this book also, since I'm talking about, first paper was on site, and this book was dedicated to Vikram Sarabhai, and it came out in 1989, and it said, dedicated to Vikram Sarabhai, who saw a revolution coming and helped make it happen. So anyway, Vikram Sarabhai was a Renaissance man. His family was often known as, the Medici family, which we know helped fuel the Renaissance. And we should look at sight in that context. I don't know how many of you know, but both Ambalal Sarabhai and Sarla, his wife, Vikram's parents, were deeply enamored by Maria Montessori and her work. And in many ways, in the retreat, this 20+ acre complex in Ahmedabad, which I visited later, they basically created not just a Montessori school, but a living, breathing Montessori university for the Sarabhai children. So this is the making of the man, I think. Vikram, like many of us, loved cricket. He was a phenomenal bicyclist. He loved to be on the road on his bicycle with his hands often folded on his chest. He was a risk taker, eternal optimist. All these things are relevant. And of course, we know he had a deep love of aesthetics and art and food. And, idlis and batata vadas were his favorite. The Sarabhai home had visitors like Erik Erikson, Rabindranath Tagore, Jagdish Chandra Bose, Prithviraj Kapoor. Now, just imagine a childhood where, when he was born and he was about a year old and Tagore came to visit the Sarabhais, he looked at Vikram's broad forehead and said, and I quote, this boy is going to make great things happen. And it was Tagore who wrote a recommendation letter for Vikram when he was 16 and applying to Cambridge. And you can imagine, here's a Nobel laureate in literature writing to Cambridge and saying, this child is good. I know his family and please accept him. And then when the war happened and his father encouraged him to come back, which was in 1940, so Vikram was 21. A deal was struck that he would come work with C.V. Raman. These were the only two Nobel Prize winning Indians we had, no? So imagine Tagore recommending him and then Vikram coming back to Bangalore as part of the deal with Cambridge to work with C.V. Raman, and who developed TIFR, the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, the atomic energy. And after Baba's death, we know it was Sarabhai who took it over. Now what we know as BARC, Trombay. These were legends. And both these men, in some ways, were born with a silver spoon. How can we not, remember that these were people who were men of privilege, deep privilege, but also in some ways, people who were imbued with a deep sense of public service. And I was talking to my friend Mohan Datta, who will be on the call tomorrow, that Vikram Sarabhai especially was deeply inspirational, and inspirational meaning that when you inspire somebody, it helps build the architecture that lifts up other people. And they began to use privilege, which they had, to create the pathways for others to grow. Amrita Shah, who wrote a book on Vikram Sarabhai in 2007, I remember traveling to New York to talk to Amrita for a day, once again collecting stories. And she told me that the Sarabhai home in India, the compound, the retreat, had a workshop with lathe machines, a foundry, a separate physics and chemistry lab, that Vikram Sarabhai was fascinated by trains, in fact, built one that he could ride on. And some of this equipment came to be the early equipment for the founding of the Physical Research Laboratory, PRL, in 1947. So, it doesn't surprise us in many ways that Vikram Sarabhai was who he was, growing up in the context of where he grew up, a life of great privilege, conversations with Tagore's and Erickson's, being recommended by Tagore, being under the tutelage of C.V. Raman, and then, of course, producing a generation of students and mentees like our missile man, who later became president, Abdul Kalam. And that's the Mandela view of, we sort of owe it to our ancestors. We owe it to our children. You can call maybe Kalam his child in a mentoring sense. As we are children, Noshir and I are children in a mentoring sense of Arvind Sinha and Vinod Agrawal and Kiran Karnik and B.S. Bhatia and Professor Chitnis, and we have students of our own. Now I want to also talk a little bit, given I'm deeply interested in the work of Mahatma Gandhi, I've begun to write extensively about it now, that in many ways, sight was to Sarabhai what salt was to Gandhi. And you know that Gandhi did his salt march, leaving the Sabarmati ashram. That was actually the last time he was there, because he basically said, I'm not coming back. And then later, of course, he went on and founded Sevagram, which is where my mother's Chachaji worked with him. Like Gandhi's salt march, a phenomenal campaign of taking on the British government for something that was indigenous, salt, something that everybody needs, and creating a mass movement in a day where there was no television and really no radio. Of course, he had his Harijan, the newspaper or the India Opinion that Gandhi founded, which of course Sarabhai and all the Sarabhai children read, and how he mobilized the country with salt. In some ways, I would say, and there was something that happened before and something that happened after. What salt was to Gandhi and what he did for India's height in some ways was to Vikram, and what he did to India in terms of putting into place the mechanisms that created the conditions for us to be who we are and for us to gather here and talk about him. So we also should talk about the word Swadeshi, because if you look at the institutions that Vikram Sarabhai built, and you can call site an institution, or certainly the Space Application Center, or when you're in Ahmedabad, you just say satellite jana hai, right? And they know what you mean. The whole notion of Swadeshi was so key to him. With Professor Rogers, I was once invited for dinner to the home of Mr. I.K. Gujral, who had just returned to India. He was the ambassador to Russia. And this is before he became prime minister. I think it was 86 or 87. And Mr. Gujral, and we, of course, at the dinner table, while Mrs. Gujral served us wonderful food, and, it was a wonderful evening. I distinctly remember the conversation, part of the conversation being about Vikram Sarabhai, when Mr. Gujral, when he was Minister of State for Communication, said that the one time, and this was maybe in the late 60s, the one time that I saw Vikram Sarabhai agitated was when there was talk by the Indian government to have the Canadians build the Earth station, which would make possible the receiving of signals from the ATS-6 satellite. And that Sarabhai was, he was viscerally upset, said Mr. Gujral, the only one time that he remembers, because he said, all this work that we are doing is because of, he didn't maybe use the word Swadeshi, but, that we have developed the capability. It's the Kales and the Chitnis and the Tumba, the Abdul Kalams and, others, that basically we can build the Earth station, which of course, happened. And so what Swadeshi was to Gandhi in terms of, the spinning wheel and the cloth and khaddar, whether it's the Indian Institute of Management or the National Institute of Design or ISRO, these were all, or ORG, or ATIRA. These were all institutions which were built so that you didn't have to bring experts from Manchester and Lancashire to advise you, and I'm talking about ATIRA here, about how to take care of this machinery and what human-centered research is. But ATIRA became, in Ahmedabad, the place where indigenous talent could be developed, where indigenous machinery could be developed, so that you are no longer dependent on those mills of Manchester and the Lancashires. And SITE was that. It was India's attempt, and it was done on behalf of India for the whole developing world to show what was possible. And the innovations like the chicken mesh antenna, 10 feet wide. Think about it, made of aluminum mesh, and which means it's light and it's cheap and it can be transported to 2,400 villages, as many of us have said. It could be easily installed, and because it's a mesh, even if there are winds, cyclonic winds, if it's secured at the base, the winds would pass through. And this was beautiful. The development of the ruggedized television sets, so that they could, handle heat and humidity. And so SITE was a little more than, just an experiment in transmitting information. That was an important part of it. But an important part of it was the Swadeshi, the chicken mesh antennas and the ruggedized TV sets. And much like the spinning wheel was Swadeshi, the Earth station that was built was Swadeshi. We cannot also talk about Sarabhai if we don't talk about Swarajya. And that's linked in some ways to the notion of salt as a symbol, or Swadeshi as in a chicken mesh antenna. Because Swarajya, as we know, to Tilak, to Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Swarajya was self-rule, not under the colonists. And to Gandhi, it was that, home rule. But to Gandhi, Swarajya also meant Rajya over the self, self-discipline, and which is the basic principle of the discipline that is required for ahimsa, for you to be a soldier of nonviolence. And in the step-by-step process that Vikram Sarabhai implemented in many of the things that he did, you see that notion of being independent, but also at the same time having the discipline and the patience and the energy to persist. And SITE was, as I said, one part of that. In closing, of course, I was deeply inspired, much like Noshir, the first time I went to Kheda. And I don't think Arvind Sinha and Binod Bhai drove me in a Jeep as they did for Noshir. Maybe I want to say they asked me to take a bus. No, I think I went with a team from Satellite that was going to Kheda. But, you're 21, 22 years old. How could you? And of course, you connect the dots only in reverse. 10 years after that, I spent 5 years working very closely with the National Dairy Development Board, with Dr. Kurian. And, there were so many times when you are in Amul district and in that region, you hear about the Kheda Communication Project, the page transmitter, an example of participatory democracy, audience as producer, tremendous implications for message design, use of serials. And I remember the serial in Kheda, Nari to Narayani, I think it was, and then there was Chatur Mota. All these wonderful serials, which in many ways sparked my imagination, and so on. So, in closing, there's a deeply interpersonal and relational side of Dr. Sarabhai, which made these things possible. We don't theorize that too much. And I think what I'm trying to say is it's important to do that. After all, this conference is being held under the aegis of a communication school, Manipal. And communication is not just technology and information transfer. It is about trust. It is about the relationships that one forms. And in his own words, Vikram Sarabhai said, and here's something that I just read for you, a leader has to be a cultivator, then a manufacturer. He has to provide the soil and the overall climate and environment in which the seed can grow. And that was the reason why they looked for fresh scientific minds, like the minds of a U.R. Rao or a E.V. Chitnis or a Pramod Kale, rather than trained technologists. It was a sort of a conscious decision that you grow people. And whoever you talk to, all these people whom I have met, whether it's Mallika or Karthikeya or Professor Chitnis and Kiran Karnik or Binod Bhai and Arvind Sinha, they all talk about Sarabhai's ability to communicate a sense of purpose and challenge, that he could encourage young people to take risks while at the same time using his privilege to protect them from others' destructiveness. And he was good at not just building individuals, which is great by itself, but building teams and building organizations. And I know Noshir is so interested. I mean, he's one of the leading authorities on organizational communication, but all these elements, relationships, developing teams, networks, boundary spanning, these were things which Sarabhai did beautifully. Abdul Kalam remembers his first meeting with Dr. Sarabhai. I was almost immediately struck by Dr. Sarabhai's warmth. His questions did not probe my existing knowledge or skills. This is the interview, first. Rather, they were exploration of the possibilities I was filled with. Dr. Sarabhai was looking at me as if in a reference to the larger whole. And to theorize sight, we cannot, in some ways, disassociate this aspect of this Renaissance man, this man of great privilege, but imbued with a sense of Swadeshi and Swaraj. Many people talk about how Dr. Sarabhai displayed a remarkable lack of insecurity about working with people who were brighter than himself. Many people talk about how he was a simple, unassuming man. And I think it was Kamala Chowdhury who once said that one came out a meeting with Vikram somewhat more whole, somewhat more responsible, and somewhat more charitable to others. Again, these institutions don't happen just because you have the technology. They happen because of this ongoing process of creating webs of relationships across individuals and institutions, developing trust. There's a story of how Vikram Sarabhai repainted one of his staff peoples, somebody who was in the housekeeping staff, his dwelling because his wife had allergies. Which leader would do that? He always came to the birthday parties of his staff's children. His favorite words were collaboration, mutuality, leapfrogging, reconciliation. There are many stories about how there was a tussle between Sarabhai and Homi Setna when Sarabhai took over the Atomic Energy Commission, and Setna felt very threatened, and how Sarabhai dealt with it in terms of reconciliation. And maybe in the final closing, I'll say that the name Vikram means valorous, one who is wise, brave, and strong, and also victorious. But we also know that He was a candle that burned at many ends, a candle that ignited minds, which was also the name, as you know, of the book written by President Kalam. And he was a candle that also, helped build the solid booster rockets, the cryogenic fuel that launched India in the space age, starting with Sarabhai. So, in closing, this is a remarkable man, a Renaissance man, and we are all beholden to him because he helped create the conditions for Noshir and I to be us, and created the conditions through these networks that he spawned for us to be perhaps something to the students who come into our lives. So thank you for having me. As you could tell, this was a deeply personal journey, and hopefully that takes us outside the slice of the narrow realm of sight, but to look at the fact that we had ancestors who went even before Sarabhai, and those who continue and will continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your memories and stories of Mr. Vikram Sarabhai. Day one had us joined by so many speakers who allowed us to learn so much, reminisce about Vikram Sarabhai and their learnings from the site experiment and his contributions to media. On behalf of the Institute, I sincerely thank you for sharing your insights. We begin day two tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. with an interview with the revered E.V. Chitnis. Thank you so much for your participation and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you.